Losing remains a personal choice. We are starting off this week very, very strong within the green, where it's going to be impossible to flip green to red for the rest of the week. We ended up buying SPY call options at the exact lows multiple times today using the game plan for the bull rally at 734, which was the exact low of day written in the title of last night's game plan. I started off the day with a massive win swing trading ES, as I had stated in last night's game plan, why I decided to buy the dip to ride it up to fill the overall gap. After taking profits of over a 60 plus point realized move on that swing trade, G Roar decided to buy SPY call options at the exact lows of the morning for a 50% return. Then, after that, on my first 0 day SPY options trade, I ended up buying SPY call options at the exact lows as well for another massive win. Then, throughout the day, we had several wins buying SPY call options. One of the most notable ones was towards Power Hour when the SPY retested 734 multiple times, giving traders the opportunity to make over a 1000% plus return twice on the overall day at the exact lows of the level written in last night's YouTube video game plan title. We bought those calls at the exact lows, made over a 100% profit return. Just 20 minutes later, they spiked over a 1000% plus. We had traders within the group make over 1000% returns on SPY and SPX call options. And if you use the game plan, you also had the opportunity to buy SPY put options towards the exact highs as we were expected to crash at 738. And if the puts went against you because SPY went a little bit higher at times, you could have held the puts, turning that loser into a massive winner because SPY had a massive drop from 738. So if you use the levels written in the title and you use the overall game plan, you would have been buying puts at the exact low when SPY was sitting towards the highs, and you would have been buying SPY call options at the exact lows where there was two opportunities today to make over a 1000% return. Losing is a personal choice. Flipping green to red for the rest of the week is a choice with a green day this massive. Everyone should be finishing the week very, very strong, if you use the game plan and manage your risk accordingly throughout the rest of the week. Now, towards the end, I'm going to be going over all the trades where we bought SPY call options multiple times, literally at the exact lows, along with that massive win on ES before the options trading market opened on SPY 0 dates. But first things first, we're going to get into the newly updated game plan. SPY is setting up for an amazing, lucrative opportunity. This is the best time in history to be trading. SPY is the most predictable and lucrative ticker that you can consistently trade every single day. There's a reason why we only trade SPY and SPX because it's the most consistent, highly predictable, lucrative ticker to master within the stock market. There's nothing better than SPY and SPX when it comes to 0 date options, and it is extremely highly predictable. And it's a niche that a lot of people are not involved in and not taking advantage of. And once you start to learn how SPY works, you'll start to see that this is literally the way when it comes to trading 0 date options. And then, of course, on Fridays, that's the day where stocks have their 0 dates expiring. And then we'll look to trade more stocks on Fridays, right? Because we're focused on trading 0 dates. So we're going to get into the game plan, guys. We are setting up for an amazing opportunity. We're going to get straight into the overall game plan. Guys, also let me know. So the videos last week, the videos that I posted last week, where we had a flawless winning crazy streak on call options, I was using a different mic. So let me know if you guys would like to give some feedback if you prefer the microphone that I was using last week or the one that I'm using yesterday in last night's video and today. Let me know the overall feedback on that if you'd like. But let's get straight into the game plan. So in terms of the overall game plan, this is what I want you guys to understand, right? In terms of the SPY, right now, we are having a small gap down, right? So it's not really gapping up or gapping down. It's kind of just flat right now, because this is not a big move during extended hours and anything can happen before the market can open, right? Which is one of the reasons why I bought ES, because I'm sitting here saying, dude, this could even gap up tomorrow. It's so oversold and it's at the best break and retest level. But look, the best thing we can do is buy the dip, is to buy an oversold dip, right? So before this video, I didn't really look at the chart that much. The main thing that I looked at was the daily chart. And if you watch the game plan, we're already in well understanding that, there's going to be a magnet towards that previous closing price on Friday at 739. That's going to be like a magnet area where this week can close a little bit above or a little bit below that, right? Um, but look, in terms of the daily chart, pattern, one of the things that it's really giving is if we gap up, it's leaning more bullish. If we gap down, it's leaning a bit more bearish. But even if it's leaning a bit more bearish with a gap down, I would say that oversold dip buying opportunities are going to be the absolute best play heading into tomorrow. And that's going to be my number one focus. These put options worked extremely well, considering the overall market that we've been in, where it just keeps on trying to push higher and buying these dips at the exact lows literally every single day. um you know like literally our 738 level, you guys even had the opportunity to buy puts above 738. Red, green, red, sold off hard. And then right here it topped at 738, the exact highs, sold off hard. And then even right here it topped at 738, sold off hard. So three sell-offs at or above our level, making losing a personal choice for puts, right? So the overall thesis was right with going with the overbought levels for puts and oversold level for calls, right? So in terms of right now, we're kind of in the middle. We're a tad bit in the middle. But I'm just not interested in buying puts. So I will say, based off of what I was looking at before I started this video, the 30-minute chart is signaling that buying the dip is the best play. That's what it's signaling. But look, just to show you some quick daily chart patterns on the SPY, and then we're going to get into the really good stuff, which is going to be that 30-minute chart in terms of everything that I'm seeing, man. But look, in terms of the SPY, you can see we had consolidation, we had a breakout, and then when it retested this consolidation channel, it had a strong break and retest, and it kept on pushing higher, right? And then you could see the new consolidation channel. This was the previous one, breakout, retest. This is the new consolidation channel. They look very similar, right? Breakout, gap down, came back down to the consolidation channel, had many bull rallies, right? This is why we were so interested in buying calls on a break above 734, because the history that excuse me, the history showed that when this gaps down and bottoms at the previous break and retest level, it recovers and it goes back up to fill the gap above, and it could even push higher, right? So with that being said, history is already repeating itself, and we are in a very dangerous territory, especially considering that puts already worked out 3 times early into this week, right? So you guys are well aware, one of the things that I was interested in doing is buying puts on spikes this week, and we successfully managed to do that with the overall game plan, right? But my number one focus regardless is on SPY call options, right? So what you need to understand is, if this pattern continues to repeat itself, and what we're going to be doing within the chat tomorrow is confirming if this is going to repeat itself, right? But basically, the bears are in a lot of danger, especially when it comes to dips heading into this week, right? With how we're setting up, we have resistance, we have a gap and go. We come back down to retest that previous resistance channel, break out, comes back up to fill the gap. Once it fills the gap, nice little pullback for puts, right? And then it explodes higher, right? So you can see the same pattern literally just panned out. And this is how we were able to buy call options at the exact lows, right? So we already mastered the strategies. The play for puts was genius. That was a break and retest overall strategy for puts at 738. And then the play for calls was genius. That was the break and retest strategy consolidation right here. And then we had the massive move to the upside, right? Overreaction to the upside, overreaction to the downside. Then we have a gap down. Gap hasn't filled yet. SPY sells back off. It bottoms at the previous break and retest level, green, red, green, bullish confirmations to buy calls. Next 30 minutes is green. This right here, green facing down. Whenever SPY has the green facing down wick candles, it tends to be phenomenal opportunities to be buying call options at our levels, at our strategies, right? For example, we had a green facing down right here. As you can see, SPY went back up to hit the green and then it dropped back down, right? So using these wicks are some of the best confirmations. You can see right here, right? Green facing down, went back up to hit the high of the wick, right? So when you have 30 minutes left into the market and SPY sells off from 738, which was the level where I told you to buy puts, and it goes all the way down to 735, this is the best play to buy calls because it's going to try to spike back up to the high of the wick, to the high of the wick, to the high of the wick, like it was doing all day. And this literally happened at our level so many times throughout the day. You know, one of the worst things you can do this week is give back your profits and flip red for the entire week, considering how easy and how lucrative the week has already been. I gave you, there was many opportunities to buy puts at the exact lows when SPY was at the highs, and there was many opportunities to buy calls at the exact lows. And this just wasn't many opportunities. This was literally getting you into the best entries for plays where you could have made a 1000% plus return twice buying calls at the exact lows with our levels. It's absolutely undeniable that I'm holding up in terms of traders the best mirror, the best reflection to be trading within the stock market. There's not a single other person on this planet who's putting in the best level to buy calls within the titles and the best level to buy puts towards the exact peaks, you know? So with that being said, man, our next step, this is step 2. We already mastered the reversals. We mastered the reversals for puts. Now we're sitting on sidelines for puts for a bit. And we mastered the reversals for calls. Now we need to determine and confirm as traders if we're gonna have continuation to fill this gap that's waiting to fill above. So SPY has a gap that's waiting to fill above at 748. For those of you who want to buy puts, I told you to buy puts at 738. It worked out multiple times, right? Your best level for puts where the market will drop, absolutely undeniable. This is the free money play. If you listen to the information that I post, you're going to be consistently green if you patiently wait to trade the best setup at the best prices. And if you compound your account and manage your risk accordingly, where you start your days and weeks off green, you're not going to be flipping red for the rest of the week, which means you're going to be self-sufficient, you're going to be profitable, you're going to be successful, and you should have more than enough profits to consider joining our group if you do want to be a part of our group, which is where we're trading these game plans in these levels in real times, making the most lucrative trades, timing the trades accurately, right? Selecting the right strikes, etc., right? And you can gain experience, trade alongside us, etc., right? But look, this is your best level for puts. So later into the week, or even next week, whenever it hits, right? We're going to take this day by day. Your new best level for puts is going to be at 748. That's a gap close reversal level. If you're looking for the absolute undeniable level for puts, that's the level you wait to hit puts. You wait to hit puts there, red 30-minute bearish, you buy the puts, you make money, you're green. Be patient, wait to trade the best setups at the best prices. What I do is I get you in at the most best entries, the best setups, the clearest plays. And if you continue to compound these plays, these trades that I'm giving you, you'll start to see that there's nothing else you can do. That's literally better than this. This is the most easiest way to trade where it's absolute undeniable. I just don't see how people could be red if they use this simple information. If they wait for it, set their price alerts, only do this, right? And also if they're in their group, that's going to help them a lot as well, and they use the confirmations, they're going to be green. And that's the point of these videos, is to get you green, is to get you consistent, is to get you self-sufficient, is to get you absolutely undeniable, right? Everyone has game plans, everyone has levels. Who has the best? Who puts you in the best opportunities possible within the market? Sometimes you're going to have to wait, sometimes you're going to have to miss out, but when they come, right, and when the confirmation is there, you're gonna print and you're gonna compound the count, and it's gonna be absolute undeniable on who has the best information, who has the best levels, who has the best trades. So puts 748, gap close reversal. That is the best level for puts, absolute undeniable. There's going to be another level for puts. It's not the best. We're going to go over that soon. But look, 748, best level for puts, right? So what are we doing now? Right now, within the overall market, we're trying to confirm if the same thing is going to happen in terms of what happened last week, right? Last week, we had a gap up, we pushed higher, we came back down, we retested the break and retest level, we exploded back up to fill the gap, and then we rejected, and then we pushed higher, right? So right now, we have a gap that's waiting to fill above at 748. And the SPY literally is currently doing what it did last week, bottoming at the break and retest level. This was the break and retest level, 734. We were all planning to buy calls, which we did multiple times, literally the exact lows to make you 1000% returns. It's like, guys, if you guys are red, it really is like disgraceful. If trading isn't for you guys, then don't trade, because it's not for everyone. Someone has to do something else. Not everyone could just sit here and trade. Some people it's just not for them. It's like, dude, if I'm telling you to buy calls with exact lows and it's written in the title, it's absolutely undeniable in terms of whatever someone does, whatever someone says, it's undeniable that I give you the exact lows. I held up the most divine mirror for you to make profits. I just don't see how anyone can be red, right? If you're red, you need to reevaluate everything it is that you're doing and everything that is around you. Because if someone's telling you to buy calls at the exact lows and they're going up 1000% and you're somehow red, you really need to take a deep look at your life and what's around you, because it doesn't get more easier or simpler than this. I can assure you that I have the easiest curriculum, the easiest levels. And not only is this the easiest way to trade, but it's actually the best way to trade because I'm getting you in at the exact lows for calls and the exact peaks for puts. It's absolutely undeniable, to hold up a mirror this crystal clear. And if someone's red, they're obviously doing something wrong, or something wrong is around them and they need to fix their shit. They need to get, lock the fuck in and clear their shit, clear signal. So anyways, look, market resistance, breakout, gap down, retest, trying to push higher, right? So what we're trying to do is we're trying to confirm if this is going to be similar to last week where the SPY continues to push higher to fill this gap, right? So how are we going to confirm that, right? One of the ways we're going to confirm it is using this level. So this is a very interesting level, and this would basically be one of the main levels for puts if the market does react bearish, right? Now you got to be a little bit careful, but this basically is my only other level in a sense for puts, right? So if the market reacts very bearish at this level, you can try a quick put just to understand. If you're red on that, you should be able to make it all back and more buying puts up here. And if you just want to buy puts at the best level, just buy puts up here. You guys know what works best for you. Us as professional traders, we look to trade at nearly every single level that we give you guys. But obviously, I tend to trade more and focus more on the call side because I understand the current market environment that we're in, right? And I understand, the macro trends and stuff like that. So I really like to put the odds within my favor, and it's absolutely undeniable that the best thing you could have done in the stock market for over a year now is to buy calls at oversold dips rather than try to buy puts at the exact peaks. Obviously, we have systems and we have edge to buy puts at the exact peaks, as you've seen today. We literally gave you the game plan to buy puts at 738. There was 3 opportunities to buy puts at 738. There were several opportunities to buy calls at 734. There's no reasons or no excuses to be red. And it's absolutely undeniable that nobody else is giving out this information because we're the ones who create this. So look, this is what I want you to understand. This is our make or break level, right? So if the previous closing price why is this make or break? It's not make or break just because it's at a gap level, just because it's previous closing price. Sometimes the previous closing price isn't an important level, right? The reason why this previous closing price is actually important is because, as you can see, if SPY breaks above the previous closing price level, right, the market closed at 738.65. As you can see, we got all this resistance right here, green, red, green bullish candlesticks, higher support breaking out. As you can see, if we start pushing above 739, the market can have a massive uptrend to the upside to start to fill this gap that's waiting to fill above, right? And then as you can see as well, if the market reacts bearish, it can come right back down. But the thing is, in terms of the overall market conditions that we are in, even if the market drops, there's less downside than there's less downside potential than there is in terms of upside potential, right? This is why the most attractive thing would actually be if the market dropped, because the way this chart is like panning out, it's actually panning out that realistically, like, yeah, this could top at 739 first, have a little drop, but like the way this is actually setting up, it's actually setting up where, if there is some downside potential, there's going to be a lot more upside potential. Looking at the overall chart, if history repeats itself and we could start breaking above 739, right? Whenever it starts happening and reacting bullish, we will be in on that. Whether it's this week or next week, once we start breaking above and reacting bullish at 739, we're going to be in on that because like there's just so much more upside potential, right? If you guys take a look at this chart, like look at this overall chart, right? I think we can all agree that there's a lot more upside potential um on a break above 739 versus a bearish reaction at 739, right? So the bears, obviously, they can have a nice little pullback at first, especially considering how early we are into the week. Um, but that would literally set up the ultimate bear trap where the bulls have another massive rally and a massive move to the upside. And that's what I would prefer to happen. I would actually prefer that, we drop a little bit from 739, like the market is currently attempting to do. As you can see, we're having a little bit of a bigger gap down now, right? That's what I would prefer because another oversold dip buying opportunity on calls would be an absolute gift. And if it ends up being a losing trade, which rarely happens in terms of buying calls in this oversold market with our levels, like I said, it would be absolute shameful, an absolute disgrace to flip green to red on the week, to not finish this week green, considering how strong we started, how many opportunities we had to make money, and how lucrative the plays were. You had three chances. You had three opportunities to buy puts at the highs, and then you had many opportunities to buy calls at the lows. And these weren't just good entries. These were plays where you could have made multiple 100% profit returns to 1000% profit returns, right? So if you guys finish red this week, trading's not for you. Just as simple as it was last week. It's like, dude, this is literally the best, easiest, greatest day. It's like, this is what we do. We put traders in situations where it's nearly impossible for them to be red. If they're red, I really do encourage them to walk away from the group or don't do much in the group and just analyze and observe and take small risk and try to learn and try to grow. Because it's like, dude, people need to walk away if they're red and they need to come back a lot fucking better than they previously were, because it's absolutely undeniable that we're holding up the clearest mirror to traders that reflects back to them what they should be doing. So anyways, you know, a break above 739, we react bullish, we're buying calls. If we react bearish at 739, you can consider a quick scalp on puts, right? So in a particular situation like that, I would say if someone bought a put at 739 and it didn't work out and they switched to calls, they should be able to make back their loss and make very heavy profits in a situation like this, because the play on calls is expected to be a massive win once we start breaking above 739, once that's confirmed, right? Right now, we're getting a little bit of a fake out, a little bit of a gap down, which is normal considering that calls just went up over 1,000% and we already had a crazy bounce at 734 multiple times, right? So this is very normal and we still have plenty of time. Um, as of recently, the market has been dropping during extended hours, but that flipped as soon as I bought ES for the first time in weeks at the exact lows. It's interesting how that happens. When I show up and buy ES, it's literally the exact bottom, and then we sell for a 60 plus point move. Then GROAR buys SPY calls at the exact lows. Then I buy SPY calls at the exact lows. And then the two levels in my title where they, calls the exact lows, puts the exact peak, right? It's absolutely undeniable. Me personally, I don't watch any other traders or anything like that. The main one who I've learned some things from was obviously GROAR. But I don't watch anyone. I don't watch any other traders or any other fucking thing. I'm well aware that we're very niche focused and we don't show off lifestyles or anything like that as of now or anything like that. We just focus on trading, and I know like, this channel is extremely underrated. I mean, it just goes to show you on like what people watch. You can give people like the best levels in like the videos, they don't get a lot of views or whatever, and I'm sitting here saying, well, the shit works, all of our customers stay, nobody's leaving, it is what it is. Social media isn't the most fair world. But anyways, man, it really goes to show you of like how most people in this overall market, they're literally just watching bullshit. If they were to watch our content, they would start to see like, dude, this actually works. They have a system that consistently works. And if people would just stay in alignment within our overall systems and not go off the fucking tracks, they get results. They would consistently get results. It's absolutely undeniable. So let's go over, look, we're gonna dissect this, right? So this is where we told you to buy calls, the exact lows. Calls went up over 1,000%. This is where we told you to buy puts. Puts dropped. Puts went up a fuck ton. So these were literally the levels, dude. Literally right here. This was the call zone. This was the put zone. All last night. That's all you had to do was listen. Red, green, red. More red. Buy puts. Outer level. Big sell off. Green, red, green. Spike, and then just green facing down. This was the same 30-minute candlestick that I used recently, right? The same, dude. Look at this. Like, guys, open your eyes. Look, green facing down, comes right back up. Green facing down, comes right back up. Green facing down, comes right back up. Dude, when I saw that pattern, the first thing I did was literally buy calls. Look at this. This was my 1 power hour trade. This was the best trade of the day. I literally bought calls, 736 calls at 34 cents. These ended up going to 360 cents a contract. They went up 1,000%. I sold for a 140% profit return on that. It's pretty wild how a simple YouTube title, right, got me in at the exact lows. Can't say the same for other channels, whatever the fuck they title their videos. It's like me, I just put the low of day on my channel, and like it doesn't get much views, but it's the low of day. So like we just focus on making money over here. That's what we're actually focused on. We're focused on like making money and retaining our customers every single month because it's a monthly recurring business, right? So the point of the group is to get shit fucking rich and to put people in the smartest, most competent trades on the fucking planet. Like stuff like this, like 7435 SPX calls, $500. 7435 SPX calls, $240, risking $740, literally flipping that to $28,000, dude. Buying fucking contracts at 50 cents a contract, 60 cents a contract, and then selling at $20 a contract. It's like, guys, we have people in our group risking less than $700 and they're flipping that into $28,000 on a single trade on SPX. He's been with us for over a year. Like, dude, we had another member in our group over 1,215, over 12, 1,250% profit returns on SPX. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if people use the game plans, they should be green. We just had 2 members they could stay here with those profits. They could stay here for years, for fucking years. All they have to do is keep it. That's it. Just keep it and then keep growing their account within time. Losing is genuinely a choice. There's not another group on the fucking planet who's on our realm of trading. It doesn't exist, dude. If it existed, they would put the lows and highs of the shit in their fucking titles. But anyways, this is the level where we buy calls, guys. So I'm actually very interested in buying calls at this level, right? It's gonna be 735.50. So yesterday it was at 700 and like 34. Yeah, it was 734. So take a look. It's the same similar pattern, right? So take a look. I'm putting you guys on to the absolute best. Look, SPY has been having successful break and retest at our consolidation channel, breakout, retest, right? So look, we got a new consolidation channel that formed during extended hours, right? And this was one of the reasons why we bought ES and it ended up working out. ES literally spiked over 60 plus fucking points. SPY ended up spiking 7 points from where we got in at ES. It's like, dude, to be red this week, it's absolutely disgraceful. If you guys finish red this week, I would encourage you to leave the group and cancel the subscription. We're looking for serious people who are consistently making money. We're not looking for people who are going to join our group and cancel the group. And the reason why we're not looking for those people is we're green every single fucking day. So if you guys can't be green, maybe you should leave the fucking group because we're looking for people who actually like stay in the group. And the reason why they stay in the group is because they're turning like fucking $700 into 20 fucking $8,000 off of one fucking trade, or like 1,000% profit returns. They're staying because they're making a fuck ton more than what they're investing into the group. And obviously as a trader, it's like, dude, one of the toughest things in terms of trading is tax write-offs. And you can literally write off this group as a tax write-off. It's literally a business expense for trading. It's trading education, it's alerts, it's a system, it's a community. This is a tax write-off. But dude, literally with trading, like if you guys think about it, like you're putting your money in the market. The market, it's like not even a real fucking place that you can just extract money on, use it, extract money from, just use it as a tool. It's like, dude, this shit, there's like no business expenses. That's the one thing about the stock market, you know? Like a lot of other businesses, you can make money, but they have business expenses. In terms of the stock market, there's no business expenses. You can do this on your phone, you can do this on your laptop, you know? Like, dude, this like there's literally there's no business expenses to be a trader. And when you start making money, that actually becomes a big problem because if you don't find a way to create business expenses and other ways to invest, the IRS comes in and they literally take half of your fucking gains. Um, like that's what I'm saying. Like literally one of the biggest problems of trading is figuring out more ways to create more money and through other avenues so the IRS doesn't come in and take fucking half of it, right? But if you guys can create business expenses that, add value into your life and actually make you more money rather than having a fuck ton go to the IRS, you can look to do that. And that's another advantage of investing into things, whether that's like a news platform, trading group, trading alerts, mentorship, whatever you guys are looking for. That's another reason too. Because in terms of this business, there's like no fucking business expenses. That's the thing about trading. There really is no, you can even use brokers with free fucking commissions, free platform. Like there's shit like, there's just no business expenses with this. It's just like literally making money off the fucking screen. So anyways, it's worth the investment 100x. But look, this is our new break and retest zone. So this is our undeniable zone, right? So what I'm gonna do is, um, this is gonna be our new zone, right? So what I'm gonna do is, um, yeah, this is it. This is our higher level. So gonna make this a little bigger, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna see tomorrow. We're gonna see, wow, SPY had a crazy bounce, whether it happened during extended hours or during normal trading hours, it's gonna bounce. This right here, 736 to 735, right? So we're going to raise it up a little bit. This is the new consolidation channel, right? Look at this. This was the previous consolidation. Look, dude, nobody's talking about this level. And I know people aren't talking about it because it looks fucked up. It looks a little invisible. It looks a little choppy. It looks a little weird. And it was formed during extended hours where I know nobody was buying and holding ES for a 60-point move like I was. Most people were sleeping. I'm like, dude, how the fuck can you sleep when ES is dropping like that big for a free money spike play? I just don't like, guys, look at this. Like literally, guys, I just like look at this. This is in extended hours. Green down, right? Told you break above 734, break above 735 by calls. Green down, and it pushes right back up. Dude, I saw that during power hour at a lower level, at the level in my fucking title. I saw that and I did 2 plus 2. I said 2 plus 2 equals 4. That's what I did. I saw the green down, and then I did the math. I said 2 plus 2 equals 4. History repeats. If it holds the previous 30-minute close, it spikes back up to retest. This is why we were all buying calls literally at the lows, dude. 3:20, 3:27 p.m. You want to see where I bought these calls, dude? Look at this. This is fucking undeniable. This is what I'm talking about, dude. Like, no, but you had one opportunity here, and it just, man, if you guys got in on this one, there's no way you could have sold too soon. All you had to do was hold the trade for 1 minute. Dude, calls went from 19 cents to 233 cents in a single minute from the level that I wrote in my title. Yet somehow these videos aren't exploding in views and my subscribers aren't going up. Yet our business keeps on going up because new people still join and not many are leaving. Most people stay. So I'm sitting here saying, like, dude, I don't even have to get fucking like famous or clout or any fucking thing. Because I have a business so good where even if like our views and shit aren't up or whatever, people still join because they watch the videos and they listen and they make money. And then they stay because the shit actually works. It's actually an ethical business that makes people money. So I'm sitting there saying, like, dude, I don't even have to get famous or whatever the fuck, because new people join and most people stay. It's just a snowball compounding effect. Like, this shit is fucking crazy. You know, like, obviously if this channel blew up and I got famous, then our business would look like fucking that, but it wouldn't come back down like that. This shit would like maintain. Um, but the one I entered, this is like a better representation of what our business is. It just gradually goes up within time, right? Stable. Um, 736 calls for 34 cents at 3:27 p.m. This is where I got in right here at 3:27 p.m. As you can see, I bought the lows of this doji. You guys had plenty of time to get in at my entry, and then it went from 30 cents all the way to 300 cents, went up 1,000%. So it's like, if you guys didn't buy calls right here at my level for like a fucking, 2,000% return a minute at my level, written and titled, then you could have bought it here for 1,000% return right in. So I just don't understand how someone could be read. Like, you know, there's people that come into your life, and if they tell you that a bull rally is going to happen at 734, right? Like, I'm well aware, for whatever reason, the videos, they don't get much views, but I'm sitting here saying, dude, we have a badass community. Business is good. Everyone's staying. So getting leads isn't a problem because everyone stays. This is the beauty of a recurring business. Like, I don't have to get a lot of views. It's absolute undeniable in what we do. If we can get traders in at 734 and the calls go up 2,000% twice, I would like to think that people can afford a small monthly fee to make a fuck ton more money with us, right? That's what I would personally like to think. I would also like to think that if someone's read this week, they should quit trading and they should really reflect within themselves and look in the fucking mirror, because I would like to believe that I'm holding up the most divine awakening mirror in the trading industry, because nobody's like this. Nobody's saying bull rally 734, market's gonna crash at 738. It's like, dude, if this video gets 1 view or 1,000 views, everything I say is still gonna fucking happen. That's why the views really don't fucking matter. People join, they stay, and everything we say works out to a fucking T. Like, it's absolutely undeniable. 734 fucking spike, you know? So like I said, if you guys are red this week, I would encourage you to leave the group, to cancel the group. If you guys are not serious, do not join the group. If you guys are here to fuck around, spam, post memes, fuck off, and just, type all day and not add any value or not make fucking money, then this shit's not for fucking you. We're looking for serious people who are going to fucking stay. Um, in terms of like who the fuck I'm looking for, like people like this. This guy's been here for over a year. He's always posting trades where he makes crazy returns on SPX. We're looking for people who fucking print, people who take this shit seriously, people who don't miss out on plays that go from $700 to $28,000 in fucking minutes. Like people who don't miss out on crazy ass fucking plays like this. People who are serious and actually fucking trade, not this whole 9 to 5 show up whenever half fucking ass trade. Like, no, we're looking for real fucking ass traders, right? If you guys want to be a real fucking trader, this is the group. This group actually trades. This group actually fucks. But look, man, that's it. We're all looking to buy calls right here. I might even have to make another futures trade. I might have to do it. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna wait on that. But look, this is our new level for calls. 736 to 735. That's our new zone for calls, right? So if we react bullish here, we're buying calls. 736 to 735, right? If it reacts bullish, green, red, green. Also, guys, an amazing strategy I want you to start using. This actually has been my favorite confirmation because I found it to be something that works extremely well. Whenever I give you a bullish level to be buying call options on, if you're seeing around our level that the SPY has like a green facing down wick, you need to be buying calls just off this 130-minute candle, because it tends to go back up at our levels to retest. And you can go back and you can look to see if it repeated recently, right? This is why I bought calls right here. My level was at 734 to 735. I ended up buying calls a little bit higher at like 735.50, right? Because I wait for the 30-minute candlesticks to close. It doesn't have to be at the exact level, right? If I'm seeing a 30-minute facing down, 30-minute facing down at or towards our level, and this shit went right back up, 30-minute bullish close, 30-minute bullish close, I'm literally buying calls. Dude, look, it literally formed the same exact candle, just on a larger scale. This time it took an hour during extended hours, less volume to retest the wick. This time during the most volatile time to be trading at a more oversold level. And when something's more oversold, it tends to go more parabolic, right? Same 30-minute candle. Look at the top wick, look at the bottom wick, look at the top wick, look at the bottom wick. Same close, just larger scale, larger volume, best time to be trading. Like, dude, it is absolutely undeniable. It is absolutely disgraceful to finish this week red, considering the levels I've given you in the curriculum. And that was all for free. Like, it's absolutely undeniable. Nobody is doing what it is that I'm doing. And if they were on the shit that I'm on, they'd all be fucking doing it because they'd all be saying, dude, this is the most simple, easiest beginner curriculum for someone to be green. And if they tapped in to SPY every single day for the rest of their fucking life with this curriculum, they wouldn't be interesting. They wouldn't be interested in watching other stocks. They wouldn't be trading other stocks. And they would realize, wait a second, this is something that makes sense. This is something within the market where 2 plus 2 actually equals 4. You know, you don't have to be a super fucking genius to trade in a simple way like this, right? You know, that's the thing about the stock market. A lot of people trade, and the way they're trading, it's like 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 4. The way I fucking trade, 2 plus 2 actually equals fucking 4. This shit actually works. This shit actually makes sense. This is actually systematic, right? This is actually close to an exact science T, right? This is like scientific fucking shit. Like, you can have strategies within the market where it is scientific, where it is that simple, where it does actually work that simple, that easy, where 2 plus 2 equals 4. This candle looks like this at this level, at this strategy. It works 90% of the time. 2 plus 2 equals 4, right? It's like, dude, we're making it the most beginner, easiest way to be profitable. We are making this so simple, so easy, so beginner, where the only thing left is a mirror for you to fucking face, you know? And there's a lot of people in this world, I can assure you, they do not want to face themselves. But once they meet someone else, they're literally fucking forced to face themselves, you know? People literally come into your life and they force you to face yourself, you know? And it's your choice on what you do with that reflection on what you see. You know, some people, they just throw the other person away and they just keep on living, you know, their fucked up life. And then other people actually say, oh, wait a second, this person is showing me something. I can actually level up from what the fuck they're showing me, from what the fuck I'm seeing in this other fucking person. It's like, dude, you can literally meet yourself through other people and level up through other people. You know, that's literally like some of the clearest ways that I actually saw myself was seeing myself in other people. You know, that's one of the biggest advantages to, you know, meeting the right person. Meeting the right person in life could help you level up. You know, one of the ways that I leveled up in life, this is literally like one of the biggest ways that I've leveled up in my life. I actually met a person that I was seeing myself. I was like literally seeing me in them. And by seeing that, right? So literally by meeting them through their presence, through, you know, just through their presence, how they were and how I was, like, I basically figured out a way where like I could meet myself through someone else, right? Some people, they don't like that. I'm like, dude, this shit just happened to me and I just leveled up from it. I looked at it in a positive way. You know, some people are like, I'm going to do this all on my own. I'm going to figure out who I am. I'm going to figure this out all on my own. I'm sitting here saying, dude, I had a random person like come into my life, like they approached me and I literally saw myself. I literally got to know like more about me and more about myself literally through them, through their presence. Like, it was fucking amazing. And I chose to make the right decisions and level up from that, you know? And there was, and I can assure you, there was things that, you know, I didn't understand at the time. And there was things that, you know, I didn't even like at the time, but I didn't take anything out on them. I just leveled it up. It was like, it was almost as if like this person was literally holding up a mirror of me through fucking them, like reflecting back of shit I need to work on and improve on in my life. And like even at the time, I didn't necessarily know how to improve on it or get better, but I didn't like do anything wrong and I figured out how to get better and how to level up. But that's what I'm saying, guys. Like, you know, you guys need to understand in life, if someone comes into your life and they show you something about yourself, you need to figure out how to level up from that. right? Some people, they just want to learn everything about themselves through themselves. You know, it's like you can literally learn things about yourself through other people. People can show you things about yourself that you might find a very hard time just doing it on your own. You know, you might not even see it. You know, sometimes people come into your life just to show you something about yourself. Not everyone's here to stay. And you know, some people react very negatively to certain things. But that doesn't say anything about, you know, who you guys are as a person. That's just them reacting to whatever the fuck's going on you know, with their life and whatever, you know, for them. But like I'm just saying, guys, like literally one of the biggest ways that I leveled up was meeting a person who showed me things about myself, and I just fucking like the shit I fucking saw, I leveled up so much. I made the right decisions, and I did the best that I could at the time, and it ended up working out, and I ended up leveling up a lot, right? And like who knows, you know, if I never met that person, who knows if I would ever saw those things that I saw within myself, you know? Some people, when that happens to them, they shut it down, you know, maybe it's like too intense, or like it's just like too much, you know. So some people, you know, most people, they just don't do what it takes to hit the highest level. And not everyone wants to hit the highest level. Some people think they want it, but it's when it's actually there in real life, their actions and what they do says otherwise. Some people might not even have the capacity, you know. um it's just is different for everyone, but there's always other opportunities and things like that. But I really just like to try my best to make the right decisions in life and go from there and try my absolute best. Because guys, I'm telling you, man, one of the biggest ways to level up in this world is figuring yourself out, going all in on yourself. And just like one of the catalysts like for that was meeting someone else and seeing like things about me through them, and seeing things that I wanted to figure out and become as well, like certain things that they had too. And just figuring myself out, you know? So just understand, guys, sometimes people come into your life as catalyst for you to grow and for you to level up. Um, and don't toss that away. Figure out how to level up, and communicate accordingly, you know, be the absolute best that you guys can be. Because I'm telling you, man, life is fucking amazing. You know, on your own you guys will level up alone and figure out things alone, and then times will come with into your life where other people show you things about yourself, or even, you know, other people, you'll see some things that you want to become, you know, that they aren't, that they currently are. You might experience both in one person, and it's an absolute amazing thing to experience when someone else can show you, you know, things about yourself, and you start figuring out how to level up, and you might not have seen those things on your own that they showed you. You know, everything happens for a reason. If someone comes along into your life and they show you something, you know, you need to use that to your advantage to level up within yourself, you know? Um, you know, level up within yourself. Never take it out on the other person or anything like that. But anyways, guys, that's what you need to do. You need to focus on buying calls at this zone. In terms of puts, look, if the market reacts bearish at 739, you can try a quick put. But whenever it's gonna happen, you know, we will be buying calls on a break above 737, like 739.50 to 740, right? So look, break above 739.50, 740, react bullish, we're buying calls. If we react bearish at 739, 738.65, quick scalp on puts, gap close reversal. 735, 736, we're interested in buying calls. One thing you need to be a little bit careful is buying calls at the higher level, because we're still early into the week, and SPY has a magnet where it's not necessarily going to have the strongest bullish close potentially on the week as of now, right? That could flip, but as of now, that's what it's saying. So you know, just be aware of that, and understand that the market will likely try to reject 739 before breaking out, if it even does break out, because the weekly chart did show that there's going to be some struggles towards the previous closing price of Friday, which is 739, and that would be more likely to happen now Then later, right? So the most likely move and probable outcome is a drop first, then a bullish bounce. And in terms of our bullish bounce levels, we have the 735, 736 zone. If we do go below 735, then we have our next zone, 732. I'm going to be upgrading this. This is going to be a massive upgrade. 732. Yesterday, I wasn't too interested in buying calls. I really wanted calls at 734. I even said if we go below 732, I'm going to be interested in potentially puts if you want to try it. But 732 is now upgraded to calls, and we're still interested in calls at 731 to 729. So again, if the market does react bearish and goes below 735, look to buy your calls above 732 to 733 range. And the next level for calls would be very unusual if we drop this low tomorrow. 731, 728.50. Save that for later this week. But look, the most likely outcome is this. We drop first, like we're doing now. Then we start the bottom, rock it back up. It could reject first. Once it does break out, that's when you buy calls. Once we start breaking above 740, first it will attempt to reject like it already did, right? Now, in terms of one of the 30-minute chart patterns that I did want to show you guys, very interesting, man. We got some very interesting patterns, setting up here. Um a lot is going on. A lot is definitely going on within this overall chart. This is what it looks like to me. So take a look. Yeah. All right. So, oh my gosh, man, this 30-minute chart, you see, we're working with something nice, man. Once this chart starts developing, it just keeps on getting easier and easier to trade. And once you start off the week green, it's just so stress-free because you're not going to risk more than half your gains that you made on the week already. So nobody's going to flip red, meaning if you guys made $1,000 on Monday, you're not going to risk more than $500 for the rest of the week because you're not going to flip green to red on a week. That was a day that this good starting off, dude. We're blessed. We're blessed to be this green starting off the week. We're blessed to start off the week green. We don't have to worry about going red to green. We're already green. And we don't have to worry about going green to red because the most we're going to risk is half of Monday's gains for the rest of the week. That's why. So if you're in the group, everyone's already green. I just don't see that's what if we all start off Monday with massive wins like we did, I just don't understand like how someone could leave the group if 2 plus 2 equals 4 and everyone's green and they listened to what I said, which is not flip green to red. I just don't understand why someone would leave the group. The only reason I could see someone could leave the group if they're not going to use it. If they come back later and print later on, that's completely fine. But I just don't see it. I really don't see why someone would leave the group. If we start the weeks off green and they don't risk more than half their gains, they finish green, they made more than the cost of the group, they're green, they're profitable, they're self sufficient, right? Most businesses can't even get you to keep or stay green. It's I just don't see it. I just don't see why anyone fucking leave. If they leave, they shouldn't even be in the fucking group. But look, this is what the market is pointing towards. We got some W's, we got some V's, we got some U's. Spike, come back down, retest, spike back, right? We got some W's, we got some V's, we got some U's. Spike, come back down, bottom. That's why I'm saying we could be setting up for a futures trade actually right now. This could literally be the lows, guys. With what I've seen historically, 735s could be the lows. And this could be another futures trade where we pump right back up. So I'm likely going to be interested in buying futures here. We go right back towards 740, have a little pullback, and then try to push higher. And once we push higher, we're buying that breakout. But like I said, the best thing to do is just buy at the oversold dips, and that's literally like futures right fucking now. Literally, this could be the exact lows, 735s. This could literally be the exact lows. That's why I'm getting very tempted to make a futures trade. But anyways, you know, you need to buy the morning dip tomorrow. It's the smartest, most competent thing you could do. Obviously, we're at major resistance. You could look for a quick put, but if we're opening up at dips, you guys need to buy the morning dip. The main morning game plan is if we're opening up at major resistance towards 739, wait for an opportunity on puts. Obviously, if we're reacting super bullish above 740, then you could try quick scalp on calls, but be a little bit careful because the market will try to reject first that resistance, right? But then the best, most easiest thing you can do tomorrow is just buy a dip in the morning. If we have a morning dip tomorrow below 736, we're all going to be interested in buying those calls. Look for the green, look for the 30-minute candlestick confirmations of reversals, right? This can literally reverse right now on bottom, and it likely will be the bottom, dude. Because look, this 30-minute chart is actually signaling um bullishness. Look at this. Look at this pattern. Guys, what I want you to do is take May 17th and May 18th. take these 2 days and then look for similar patterns, right? This is similar to the way it went up, the way it came back down, spiked, 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 came back down, right? So look, everything, if you want to see what it clearly looks like, this is what it looks like to me. And I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen. This is why I'm saying the best thing you can do is buy an oversold dip. It's not even to buy the breakout. It's not even to try puts at a retest. And puts already printed, and you got to be extremely fucking careful because this is a current bullish pattern, right? Look, best thing you can do is buy a dip. The highest profitable outcome, and this is why I'm very attracted right now to get in on futures, the highest probability to be green tomorrow is to buy an oversold dip. And the oversold dip is going to hit during extended hours or market open or both. Sometimes it happens at both, right? This is literally like, guys, you need to go back towards April. Look back towards April. Look back towards April. Look at the patterns, right? Look, the way this is moving, and look at this. Whenever it forms this like V shit, look, this is another thing. Whenever we form this consolidation pattern and break out, whenever it drops, it goes higher. Forms a V shit, spikes, drops, goes higher, right? Literally the top of this V, like guys, I'm telling you, this, oh my gosh, even this right here. So I'm actually adding, this is another one, man. We just got another upgrade. I saw a pattern within the 30-minute chart. This is another upgrade. So look, our support is at 735 to 736. This is the best support zone to buy calls. If you're seeing the falling knife reversal, buy calls here at the break and retest. If the market starts breaking out and reacting bullish, it's 737.50. That's your best oversold breakout level, right? Your highest breakout level is 740, and the market will try to drop first at this level likely before pushing higher, but within time, it's going to attempt to push higher, right? So just understand, this is your oversold trend reversal falling knife level. It's likely going to fucking print. This is your best level to be buying the breakout if you want to buy the breakout and not the oversold dip, or you can do both. 737. And then this is like the highest breakout level currently, 740. But at first, it's going to try to reject first here for puts. You could try a quick scalp on puts towards this level, in and out against the trend if you want to counter trend, right? So those are your best levels to trade tomorrow. 735, 736 oversold zone. Our breakout zone is 737. The same way I told you guys to buy the breakout at 734, meaning once we break above 734, spike, drop back down to retest, right? Bullish confirmations, bullish confirmations. It's like, guys, look at the patterns, man. Look at this. Green, triple red, green, green, triple red, green. It's like, dude, it blows my mind that people don't see this. Why do we live in a world where, like, for a lot of people, 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 4? You know, that's how, like, I like trading and, like, you know, living my life in certain ways is like when I do an action, I want to know what the outcome is going to be. I want it to be stable. I want it to be reliable. I want it to work the vast majority of the time. That's why I'm sitting here saying when I'm telling people to buy calls at 734, you know, right here, and the market breaks out, and then it forms a green, triple red, green facing down, and pushes higher. When I see that pattern at our level, I'm sitting here saying, dude, how could anyone be red? Guys, look at, oh my gosh, look at how nasty. Like, this is what I'm saying. Look, it's an absolute disgrace if you're watching someone else and they're not putting you on to this simple curriculum that I've created. It really is disgraceful. It's like, dude, we all have eyes, but not everyone has the same perception, and not everyone sees things the way that I see things. Like, I see through everything. Um, you know, I have that ability. I actually think that part of me being able to like see through everything and see through people's mask and read people and read energy, I actually think part of that came from like literally all the backstabbing and like betrayals and just being fucked over in my life so many fucking times, but never being a victim. Like it is what it is. And then like I just upgraded. You know, I don't think I upgraded for the shit that they tried to do. I think I upgraded because I chose to do the right thing. I think that's why. But the point is like, you know, they had to do that shit for me to choose to do the right thing in terms of what happened. So it's like shit is crazy, man. I've had so many people in my life like try to do like try to either like gain up on me or go against me or like betray me or try to like take something from me or like steal or like just try to fuck me over or like destroy everything. Like some of the worst of things people have tried to do to me, they've attempted. but I've just chose to do the right things. And I think with those two things, them trying to do that shit and me choosing to do the right things, um, I unlocked like these abilities to see through things, you know, like to read energy, to see and feel certain things. And, you know, I've always had pattern recognition. That's one of my gifts as well. But yeah, man, it's just like, oh my gosh, guys, I'm so excited. Like this market is insane. Like guys, I'm telling you, one of the reasons why I'm so accurate, like if you compared my videos now to the previous ones, dude, like these past couple months, guys, I wasn't as on top of my game. It's just because the life I was living, you know? I was in Miami and all these hotels, having fun, partying, moving fucking 30,000 steps a day, living life. It was basically a movie. The life that I'm living over here, this is more like solitude, isolated, away from everyone, away from everything. I like to think that I trade better and I'm more locked in this way. Um, but it's just the contrast of life is fucking crazy. You know, some people like to live their life as like an on movie, energy never stops 24/7. Other people, they like more peace, more quiet, more solitude, more away from everything. Um, you know, life I'm living right now, it's just more on the extreme side of just quietness, of like solitude. And I've just always tended to thrive more and be more focused when I'm like grounded. That's another thing. I'm living in the ground, dude. I was living in fucking, I had this one place like fucking 40 floors up in the fucking sky, hated that. And then hotels began to hate that. That just wouldn't even work for what the fuck I've become now. Um, but just like living on the ground in like just a normal like a house and shit, like the results have been fucking game changing, you know? Um, it's just different. You know, it's just different. Some people like to just live a movie 24/7 where their life is just on nonstop 24/7. I've found that to be like not the most beneficial way. It just pulls me like too out of my head and just not as like focused and just like wanting to feel alive and just have fun. I don't think it's the most profitable way to be like trading and like living and shit. But the cool thing about life is, guys, about trading, you could just do whatever the fuck you want to do, you know? Like if I want to go to a penthouse right now and live in the sky, I could just do that. Like literally tomorrow, I could start living that life. Like I already know places, they likely have availability. I could easily line a place up. If I just want to live a normal life in solitude away from everyone and everything, I could do that too. It's like that's the best thing about trading is the ability to move wherever you want to move, is to have that selectiveness. Because one of the ways that I'm actually living my life is through chapters. You know, my latest chapter was just experiencing like a movie, was just like being more out of my head, moving around so much. Um, I learned a lot and gained a lot through that, but I didn't really find it to be much beneficial for like trading, you know? I think if I was like a entertaining content creator making vlogs and shit and just having fun, I think it would have been like fucking great for like marketing and business stuff like that. But in terms of like being locked in trading, oh, and also just like feeling like life was a movie 24/7, just constantly on crazy energy. But one of the things I didn't like is like I was just around too much energy and it didn't feel like it was my energy. It felt like it was like energy borrowed from the city. So I actually kind of figured out that like I used to like cities a lot. Now I don't think I would ever really live in a city. I think I would just like visit a city because like living in a city, there's just too much of like energy, you know? Dude, I was in Miami, like literally, I've never experienced anything like that. Like for the person who I become, that shit hit me like really fucking hard. I love intensity and stuff like that, but to be around that 24 fucking 7, it's like I was literally borrowing energy. It was so easy to access. It felt like fire and fucking electricity. You know, some people who go to Miami, they say like the energy feels like it's electric, you know, and that's very true. Obviously, not everyone experiences it the same. You know, when I was younger, I went there, I didn't feel any of that. But as I got older, more experienced, and you know, upgraded and leveled up and unlocked things myself, now I fucking like the fucking sensitivities are at all time highs. I feel everything, I see every fucking thing. I'm a completely different fucking person. when I was a lot younger, I was a lot more numb and I didn't feel things as much and see as much as I did and stuff like that. You know, like I said, like one of the ways I upgraded was just being around people, making the right decisions. And it just so happened to be that most people just made the wrong decisions towards me and I made the right things and I upgraded like fucking crazy. It happened very quickly, but it took a very long time to get there. Um, but when that happens, it's like everything you used to know and used to experience, it all just flips and changes. You know, things that I used to love, I no longer love. Things that I used to hate, and now I love more. Like, man, it's fucking insane. Like, I love just more peace and just grounding. But the point I was making was one of the things about trading and about money is, you know, the stock market, one of the things about the stock market is once you actually make money in it, you have to figure out how to make more money. And the crazy part about the stock market is you could just keep making more money through the market, right? Which is insane. Like you can literally just keep making more money through the market and keep compounding. Therefore, someone would be like, dude, I don't have to make money any other way. I could just trade stocks, I could just trade options. The only problem with that is, you know, at the end of the day, you guys are risking your money in the stock market and, when you risk your money, you can also lose it, right? So the more money you make, the bigger risk you're taking. If you make a fuck ton of money and you risk it all, well, you can lose a lot. That can be the cost of a fucking mansion or whatever the fuck, right? But one of the interesting things about the stock market is, it's like, in a way, it could be like one of the most like meaningless ways to make money because you could just keep on making more money virtually like doing like fucking nothing in a sense. It's like the shit isn't even like fucking real. It's like just all numbers on a fucking screen. So it's like the interesting thing about trading is once people start making money, they start to think like, well, fuck, the market, if we're trading 0 dates, the market's closed. How do we, some people want to make more money when the market's closed, and some people want to have their money work for them. And some people don't want to keep on risking more and more money as they grow their account and compound in it. They want to take it out and figure out other ways to make money that aren't as risky, right? So like stock market is fucking, dude, this shit, what it does to people's lives is fucking crazy. Like I'm telling you, once you guys actually make it, some people like their main skill set is just stocks, and then they have to figure out, well, fuck, I want to make money when I'm sleeping. What business am I going to start? Or maybe they don't start the business, maybe they invest into someone else's business, right? So it's like, if you think about it, this is just a tool to use your time to make a fuck ton of money. The more money you put into the trades, the more money you make, the more your time is worth with this overall tool. But then some people start to think, do I even want to do this? I could just live passively off of interest and off of investments and start other businesses when they make it big in the stock market. Me personally, um, I will likely be doing this for the rest of my life. And the reason why that is the ROI is just too big. That's why. It's because I just don't see like any other thing in my life. I don't really think is going to have a bigger ROI than this besides the businesses that I start. But literally the businesses that I start revolve around the stock market. So it's like everything just comes back to the market and to me, those two things combined. So like me personally, I don't think I'm ever gonna quit or like leave this business um and put all my time into something else unless it was like a very rare chapter and I did something temporarily. But like one of the reasons is the ROI is just too big. Um, with just like my skill sets, with what I have, this is like my number one skill set, and I also have business around it as well, which makes it harder like to leave and shit. Um, and another reason is, you know, it's just like I said, like just nothing gives a bigger ROI than like this type of skill set, and I have businesses around it. It's just like very interesting like to think about the journey of an overall trader, man, of like what someone decides to do when they make all this money. Some people, they go off and they buy Lamborghinis, McLarens, mansion, and all of that. Obviously, if you buy those things, most people buy things, it ends up owning them, and they start to look around. They're like, dude, why do I even own these things? Like this isn't benefiting me. um I really like freedom. that's the number one thing that I'm really focused on is freedom, to just be in a situation where I could do whatever I want, whenever I want. Nobody's holding me back, and nothing financially is like, taking too much of my money, time, energy, or like hold like just to be able to be free or do whatever I want. Like to have that system where I could just literally whatever life I want to live, I can live it. Like I basically lived in Miami for 6 months. I've learned a lot. Um, who knows? At some point, I might go back and live there, and I could make that decision in a split fucking move. I could do a full 180 and just boom, just go there, live there. Like I literally just did it. I was there for 6 fucking months. Um, you know, like to just be able to like get up and do whatever the fuck you want to do and have like nothing financially to think about, or to have like no other person to think about, or like no other fucking pets like to take care of, whatever the fuck. I just like to do whatever the fuck I want to do whenever I want to do. Um, and just not worry about shit. Just like literally to be free. If I just want to wake up somewhere and live there, just be able to do that. Like nothing tie me down, nothing to worry about. Like that's why I love this business. I could take this business wherever I want to go, you know? Once people start buying houses and buying offices and buying all these other things, they're suddenly more tied to their location. Me personally, I like to just take what I'm doing on the go. I don't like to like have a bunch of things that like just keep me somewhere. It's like I could be grounded anywhere. I could live a grounded life anywhere. Um, but yeah, traveling is a big advantage, and being able to move around is a big advantage too. Like I'm saying, like I literally just had a crazy chapter in Miami. It was fun. And now I'm living how I would normally live. That's how like I like to live my life in like seasons and like chapters. If I want to have a season where I'm living like a movie, having fun, taking action, not as like locked in, doing other things, being more alive, then I could go out and just do that season. I could make that split decision overnight and still run my business and still trade. I might not be as good at times, but it's a different lifestyle. That's what comes with it. Um, and then sometimes I have seasons where I'm just like in solitude mode, not talking to anyone, not talking to anything, just you know, small quiet room, laptop locked in. That's all you guys need. I'm telling you, dude. Like I've tried all this, even like this, just like, even like I like having like fancy backdrops, these crazy microphones, all this other bullshit. I'm like, there's just no ROI in any of this shit. Like the ROI is just to be able to focus on trading. That's where all the ROI is. All this other shit, like crazy lights, crazy cameras, crazy presentation, fucking polish. I'm like, there's just no ROI. Like, you know, I never claimed like to be the best marketer in this business, but I would like to think we're the best traders, and I would like to think that if we're the best traders and 2 + 2 = 4 and everybody's green, I just don't see why they would leave. So, it's like I don't have to grow my social media or like become famous because we have a recurring business and people stay in the business. So like eventually as time goes on, it just snowballs and people join, but it's like we don't even need this money to begin with. That's another thing. It's like, one of the reasons why we have this is like just because we can. It's like, why not? This makes us more money and it helps people, and we're already doing it. So, like, it's not extra work. And then I have other people, who manage any extra work with the business, which employs them and gets them money, which helps them. So it's like it's just how life works. It's like the circle of life. Um, obviously passive income is amazing too. To be able to make money when you're not sleeping is one of the ways to get rich. I mean, eventually it's something that you have to do if you want to be rich, because if you could have something in life, why not have it? You know? Like that's what I'm saying. Like, but guys, look, life is amazing, and trading is just a very interesting thing because you can literally live any life you want to live. You really could. Through the stock market, you guys can create whatever life you want to create. I've experienced throughout the past years, I've experienced so many lifetimes. And even if you guys own things, if you want to own mansion, cars and stuff like that, everything is really temporarily owned. Nothing is truly owned within this world, whether you guys are in a relationship or like whatever, like nothing's owned in this world. That's like one of the reasons why I haven't had as much desire to own a bunch of things, because like nothing is truly owned. Everything is temporarily. And like I said, I just really focus on freedom. I don't like having reasons to like be tied somewhere or to have my money tied up into something that isn't appreciating like fucking crazy. Like that's why I just keep putting my money back into the stock market, because nothing is giving a greater return than this. Like, dude, not even like our fucking like even with our businesses, it's gonna be hard to get greater returns than within the stock market. It really is, because with options, you could just compound this shit to fucking infinity, you know? Um, but within businesses, it's just like it requires so much to get like super fucking famous, and then they all have to stay for fucking ever. Like it's not is like the stock market is just so much easier. It really is. Um, literally, I've actually found that trading is actually easier than like growing a business. This shit is a really, but trading is a business in it fucking self. It's just so much easier. Like I look on social media and I'm seeing like, oh my gosh, these are the people who are like famous. Like I see some famous things pop up. I'm like, these are the people who are famous. I'm sitting here saying like, dude, this is what the fuck it takes. I'm seeing motherfuckers like the number one streamers. A lot of these motherfuckers they're on like drugs and shit, and like they're fucking like their whole life is like life or death. They're living the most insane, erratic, fucking like ungrounded, fucking out of touch reality lives. So you're saying like, dude, this is what the fuck it takes, like to be famous nowadays. I'm sitting here, I'm looking at like the shit that people have done and people that have been through. I'm sitting here saying like, dude, these people do not have peaceful lives. Like their lives are fucking chaotic as shit. Everyone knows who they are. They if they go somewhere, nonstop pictures or harassment or just like, dude, the biggest flex with trading is like to just be not known, to be the guy, but nobody knows that you're the guy until they like figure it out, or until like you start to show them, versions of yourself, until they start to get to know you. But like the biggest flex in the stock market is to be private and wealthy. Even some of the famous people in the stock market, like nobody really knows them or bothers with them, but the danger of that is people do target people. I've been targeted multiple times within my life. I've had multiple groups of people virtually and in real life come up against me, and I did nothing wrong to these people, and try to start shit with me and try to fuck up, a lot of shit going on in my life, and try to really like fuck shit up, right? Like that's one of the disadvantages to being successful, but like also to being famous, like even like dude, I've had people target my shit and like I'm not even famous. I'm a little known in my niche, but like I'm not super famous. So like if I got super fucking famous, then oh my gosh, that would just create like there would be like just more hate, more harassment, and just like a lot more problems in like, pictures and all this shit. It's like for what? Like for fucking what? Like I could give a fuck. If it happens, it happens. I could give a fuck because it's like I'm already free. If anything, fame is probably just gonna make me like less free, and um just more ways to get targeted, more ways to get set up, or just more bullshit fake ass people coming into my life. Like it doesn't seem like the ROI in like fame is like very advantageous, because like what the fuck is the point of fame? We already have money. Like that's what I'm saying. That's the best part about the stock market. It's like, dude, what the fuck is the point of becoming famous if someone is already successful and has money? What is the point of that? For them to have like a greater reach and like change people's lives, that's great. But like I said, what comes with things, it's like, dude, I've seen some of the greatest people, dude, fucking like sacrificed. Like I've seen like just on social media, some of the greatest people. Other people end up killing them, or just like they get targeted, they get raided, or whatever the fuck. Like some actually like good, genuine souls getting like for absolutely no reason, just getting and like it happens when people are at their fame and at their peaks. So I could give a fuck. I'm just here to change people's lives. I don't have to change everyone's lives. Not everyone has to come with me. You guys really need to use this as like a mirror, as like a catalyst, and figure out where the fuck you guys want to go. Because I'm telling you, man, people come into contact with us, their life starts changing quick. And at first, it might look ugly, but it's gonna get a lot better, dude. Dude, I met people in my life. I saw myself through them. Oh my gosh, when that started happening, I had to level the fuck up. It was not fucking easy. Shit was getting hard. Shit was fucking tough. Like it wasn't the greatest of times, but I made the best of it and I got a fuck ton better. I leveled the fuck up. But most people don't want to put the work in and go through the fucking dirt to get to the fucking diamond. Most people don't want to go through the pressure of what it takes to create a diamond, you know? Some people are actually diamonds, but for them to actually become it and be it, they got to go through certain things. Um, so yeah, look, guys, the stock market is the best tool to make money. It really is. There's no better tool to be. It's the biggest flex. You can be private, nobody can know what you're doing, and you could just be that guy. You can be that system where if you just want to go anywhere, you want to wake up tomorrow, you want to go somewhere, you get on a flight, you go there. You want to drive there, you drive there. You want to live in a van, you live in a van. Whatever life, you guys, the biggest advantage to trading is you can live whatever life you want to live. If I want to buy a van and travel the world and sleep in a van and trade it on a in the van, I could do that. I could live that life starting tomorrow. I can make that happen for myself. Don't even need a lot of experience. I can just figure it out along the way and do it. That's one of the advantages to having a business that you could take on the go and make money, right? If I wanted to wake up in fucking like Sweden and go to another, I could do that too. Like I could literally do whatever the fuck I want to do. That's the biggest flex to trading is to not be restricted, right? Um, you know, it's just life's just easier when you don't own a fuck ton of things. These people who own like a million fucking cars and a million fucking houses, the amount of like stress and pressure and like also to try to be that person of just I just want to get up, go do whatever the fuck I want to do is a lot easier to just do that when you don't have like a million things going on in your life. Like me personally, I have a very tight circle, small family, like I keep very tight circle, don't talk to a lot of people, don't go out a lot as much. And I just focus on what I have to do. And if I want to wake up one day and live a different life, I just go live it. Like I don't give a fuck. Like I don't like I don't know if the business declines, all it declines. It's like, dude, we have trading. Like if I want to go live somewhere and I don't think my business is gonna do as well, but I want to live a certain lifestyle, I'll just go live the lifestyle. Like I don't have to always be locked in to this shit. Um, but in terms of the shit I'm on right now, this is like maximum lock-in mode. And the reason for that is I just want to do it right now. That's what I want to do. Like I've had the realization like I really need to take this as seriously as fucking possible and lock the fuck in because I've realized of just like this is going to be one of the best seasons within the market. And when the market's this good, the best thing is silence and solitude and is to lock the fuck in. Like, dude, when Trump's in office, we all need to make as much money as possible because it doesn't get this easier, this good any other fucking time. So I personally think it's going to be worth the sacrifice, but I don't even look at it as a sacrifice because I love doing this and this is what I want to actually do. I literally just lived like this Miami movie lifestyle for like 6 months and I realized it just wasn't all that compared to like how I was living before. And I was like spending all this money too and I was like, for what? Why am I paying triple to do this? And this isn't even like benefiting me or my business. This is just like taking my energy away, draining my time, like some people are different. Some people actually benefit from like going to a city and getting like energy. And there's like entertainers and creators, they like thrive off of like cities because it gives them a personality or something. It gives them like energy or personality. But I realized that like I'm not like these people at all. I have high sensitivity. I see everything, I feel everything. I realize like I'm the complete opposite of a lot of these fucking people. When I go there, like yeah, I have energy and I feel and I see all these things, but I realize it's not benefiting me. There's like literally like no, it's like I have my own energy. My energy is fucking insane as it is. To go to a city and borrow that energy too, it almost feels like it's just like less of myself. It just doesn't feel like me. It feels like a different version of myself that like isn't the best. Like the best me is just like it seems like the rawest frequency, the most pure raw frequency, not being affected by other energies, not having all this other energy around me. It's like I'm just the type of person like I don't need city energy. I don't need all this. I just don't need any of that shit in my life. I've just realized that it just doesn't benefit me. And I actually realized it hits 10 times better and harder if you don't live there and you just go in intentionally, you know? Like I literally like I take a lot of trips on the weekends. That's one of the ways. You know, cuz some people will be like, "Oh, well life's very boring if you're just like living in solitude away from everything." Well, it's not boring for me because I'm locked the fuck in trading all day every day because that's what I love to do. Um and then after that, it's just like, you know, building a life for yourself, you know, from like 4 p.m. to 12 a.m., something like that is a decent schedule. But in terms of like doing fun things and shit like that, that's what weekends could be for. Literally just like Thursday or Friday to like Sunday, just literally travel somewhere. Just travel somewhere. I'm telling you, like, dude, in my experience, life hits the absolute best when you live away from all the fun and away from all the action and you go into it intentionally, right? So instead of living in that energy or living in the city being on 24/7, I've actually found it to be better and just more advantageous overall um to live away from it and then just to visit it. Because if you live in that shit 24/7, dude, I was living in that shit for 24/7, everything was just going down. I wasn't trading as well. My expenses like quadrupled. I was spending so much more money, which isn't a problem, but like to me it's a problem if I'm spending more money and I'm not getting like a greater like life or like if the things I care about in life are just going down. It's like, dude, I was living in a city. I was like spiritually, I just didn't feel all there and it just didn't feel like me. It just felt like I was borrowing like a personality or like an energy that I never needed or like wanted in the first place. I think it's like cool and fun like to experience that temporarily and then just go back to like normal life rather than being in that shit 24/7. I don't know, like maybe some people like being in that 24/7 because they just maybe they don't have like a maybe they just like that. They like the character, the personality, or the energy that it fucking gives them. I just like creating my shit like raw, like blank fucking slate, just raw. Fucking like I could be very I tend to be the best just away from all that shit. Literally just in like a quiet place. Um, but yeah, man, I just in my experience trading, the best way is just a silent room away from everything. It also felt weird because I was living in like a very silent place, but I was somewhat close to everything, so it felt so weird. I would like live in this silence, and then I would go outside, and it was all chaotic, and then I would go back into silence. I'm sitting here saying, dude, this is like fucked up. Like where I'm living right now, I go out, it's all silent. It's like nice, it's peaceful, it's solitude. It's like the other fucking dude, this shit is fucking crazy. One of the things I will say about Miami is though you can live whatever life you want to live there. That's one of the biggest advantages about Miami is you can literally live whatever life you want to live. You can create it for yourself over there. Um, I will say though, it is a very distracting place. You know, it's like a movie. It just seems like a place to go and have fun and to entertain rather than to be seriously locked in and work, work, work. That's just where I'm at right now with like cities and stuff like that. I do think the best results are likely to be away from all that shit and then travel intentionally. And some people would even say, well, you could just live in like Coral Gables, like 20 minutes away from everything in a quiet area or something like that. But I've just found as of now, just like where I'm at, I just tend to be better here in terms of the results that I'm trying to get. But over there, guys, oh my gosh, if you want to live a fun, out of your mind movie and just have fun all day and like blow money and just do whatever the fuck you want to do, it's fun. It just didn't feel the most meaningful life. It felt a lot meaningful once I got the fuck out of there and then just started visiting it. It's like, dude, when I lived there, I was like, oh my God, this shit is so boring. It feels like a simulation. That's another thing I didn't like about that place is like it felt like a never-ending simulation. I was like, dude, this doesn't feel like real life. The energy is too fucking high 24/7. It's like I'm already a high intensity person as it is, and I actually find it better to like live a life that isn't as intense, and then like I just make everything intense rather than living in intensity and everything is already intense. It just doesn't hit the same. Um, you know? So everyone's different, but I just wanted to share that with you guys because man, it's like I've literally seen with my trading when I live on the ground in like a house, quiet, away from everything. Like literally right now, I'm like 30 minutes. I'm a 30-minute drive from the city right now, you know? And I just have no interest of going to the city unless it's like a weekend. But on a weekend, I travel somewhere way fucking better, like fucking somewhere insane on weekends. Rather than just traveling where I live, like a small commute. Um, but yeah, man, that's just what I found to be the best with trading. Just living on the ground, quiet, no noise, nobody around. Rather than living in like a high energetic city. High energetic city, dude, all that shit did was just like it just made my life like just feel more alive, like a movie. But it just didn't feel like strategic or even like myself at the most, and just didn't feel spiritual. It just wasn't the same. It felt temporarily. It felt just more of a place to go to temporarily. When life feels like a simulation, oh man, that's typically like not the best of moves at times. Like I don't know how some people do it. Some people live like right by a Rodeo Drive, Beverly Hills, like right in it, like right by Brickell, right in it. It had to be insane to live in Brickell, which is crazy because I actually wanted to live there and I lived there for like 6 months and it quickly became a place where I'm like, dude, I would never fucking live there. So like I don't know how the fuck some people do it, dude. They literally live in these places that are like a never-ending simulation where you're just stimulated 24/7. It's like, dude, I don't even swipe on my phone anymore. I used to like spend like an hour or two swiping on like Instagram, TikTok. I don't even do that anymore. So like if I have no interest in doing that, if I lived in a city, I'm basically doing the same thing. It's just never-ending simulation, movement 24/7. Like, dude, I've lost a lot of interest to just like live in that because I found if someone lives in that, I really don't think they're going to level up. I think they're just going to be like distracted, not as disciplined. Everyone's different. I tend to become my environment. So if my environment is just quiet and there's nothing to do, I either have a choice to either do nothing, sit around, right? Or do something. And if there's nothing to do and the only option is to do something, everything points back to what I'm doing right now, which is the stock market and which is the business. And I'm like, clear. It's like, dude, this shit was fucking crazy. Like, you guys have no idea. I was living in a city for like 6 months. Dude, as soon as I got back to where I'm originally from, my mind was on a level so fucking high. So, like, in a way, I actually think the city helped me out temporarily because one of the problems I had living in solitude was I kept overthinking. I couldn't stop thinking, and it was driving me fucking crazy. And I wasn't living like the most fun life either, and I just kept on fucking thinking. Like, I basically had a movie going on in like a normal place. It was absolutely insane. Like, people who live in normal places that I'm living in right now, they don't have types of movies, the shit that I was going on. And I was having this movie going on, and the shit was fucking insane. Um, then after that, I got isolated and man, I've always been an overthinker, but I just couldn't stop fucking thinking. So I needed to go out and do some shit and live and get some more action because the movie stopped here and like it became isolation and solitude. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just go live my life in because I wanted to. I was very interested in checking out another place to live too, and I never left like my hometown. So I was like, fuck it, I'll go over here. And oh my gosh, I learned so much. But then it just kind of like pushed me out and I realized it was no longer for me at the time, and it just wasn't the best move for what I was doing. But I think like going there temporarily and being there all the time, in some ways it didn't help, but in one way I think it like just cleared out my overthinking because like I don't like overthink as much anymore. And I've always been an overthinker. And like just living in a city with all that stimulation and being out of your fucking head and feeling like you're alive and like on 24/7 on energy just never shuts the fuck off. Like, dude, that shit was driving me like, oh my gosh, this shit was like I didn't feel like myself at times. I don't like that. Like being in a high energetic place where you can't shut down. It's like if you guys watch The Wolf of Wall Street, like it's one thing to watch the movie or to have chapters of your life like that, but I don't know, to live that 24 fucking 7, I like it's possible, it's doable, but it's a completely different way of life. And who knows, maybe someday I'll live like that 24 fucking 7. Who knows, right? It's just I've never really lived that. I mean, when I was extremely young, I did live like that for somewhat of a period of time. But then after that, I locked the fuck in. You know, it was video games after that. Then it became stocks, and I was locked the fuck in. But I do remember when I was very younger. Oh my gosh, I was just nonstop doing things, never thinking, not even try, just doing nonstop, fucking doing. Um, but I really do value, you know, my mind and like thinking and strategizing. I love that. So like, dude, I'm just figuring out the best ways to live. I'm doing like chapters, I'm doing seasons. So like I have now I have like seasons where I'm in solitude, just away from everything. But like I was saying, it's like being here too long, I became too much of an overthinker and I had so much shit happen and then it all just like got removed from my life and then I was like solitude and isolated and I couldn't stop fucking thinking and I realized I need to get the fuck out of here temporarily. So I went to Miami and oh my gosh, it was the most fun fucking time ever. I felt alive, felt on, but then I realized there was no benefit and my expenses tripled. And expenses aren't a problem if you're getting an ROI out of it. And the ROI doesn't have to always be making more money if you're actually getting a better and more enjoyable life. But dude, this shit was not helping me out. It was literally making me like worse. So I feel like it helped me out temporarily and I learned a lot living there. And then when I came back to where I'm originally from, my mind was on like cloud nine. So like literally my mind was so fucking clear. Like I even questioned going back. That's how fucking insane this was. I was overthinking like fucking crazy here. And then I realized I've been here too long. I need to get the fuck out of here. Like I haven't been on vacation or any fucking thing. And like I just been through long, experienced too much shit. Now I'm isolated, like all this shit removed from my life. Like I need to do some shit. So I did some shit because like everything got removed from my life and I was overthinking too much. I realized I need to go do something. So I tried living in a different place. It helped me out a lot short term, but then I realized I had to get out of there. So I came back here and dude, I came back here. My mind is on cloud fucking nine right now. Like you guys don't understand like the contrast of like being alive 24/7, always on, out of your head, just doing shit, not thinking, not planning, not strategizing, right? Not the most strategic way to be like trading, operating a business, but very fun, very alive. But that shit gets old too, especially like if you're not growing as a person, or especially like if life just feels like a simulation, you know, like every day is just the same like rat race city simulation shit. And it's like not even feeling like I'm growing or like leveling the fuck up, yet all my expenses and everything is going up, 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 up to the city, and the city isn't like serving me the way that I need to be like fucking served. It's actually like not making me better in a way. So I realized that it's like it felt like it was taking away pieces of me and giving shit just to the city. And I was like, for what? Why am I gonna pay all like for what? Like why am I doing all this for what? So when it got to that point, I came back here, but it's not even that. I literally got pushed out too, for like health reasons, stuff like that. Like I literally had to go back. Um, and then when I came back here, dude, my mind was on cloud nine and I even questioning going back. So it's crazy because like I lived where I'm living right now for like ever. And then I took 6 months away from this place. First time I did that in like fucking ever. And it was an amazing time. Um, and then when I came back here, my mind was so fucking cleared out. No thinking, no overthoughts, and just like cloud fucking nine, like fucking oh shit, like the sharp version of me, laser focused, extremely sharp, clear minded, just like fucking like clear me was back in the hometown. Dude, that shit was fucking insane, you know? Um, in my experience, the best place that I found in Miami was Coconut Grove. That's the best one. I might at some point I might do a chapter over there. Um, But man, that is not an easy place to find a good place to live. It's just so many of the condos are outdated. I hate fucking living in the sky and shit. So I'd have to look for a house, and that's just another headache for like who the fuck I am. Cause like guys, I can't even, dude, I can't even stay in hotels anymore. That's another thing that recently like complicated my life. I lived in hotels like for fucking 6 months in all these different hotels, and I've realized that I just can't do that anymore. Like there's just no fucking way with who I've become, and like, you know, just like sensitivities, and like, dude, these hotels are fucking retarded. They use chemicals, they use scents. Some people, they don't even realize it. Like when I was younger, it didn't bother me. I didn't realize it. As I got older, like it became a big problem. I don't like being around chemicals. I don't like being around fragrances. I don't like taking elevators. I don't like being around a million fucking people. I don't like living in a city. Like there's so many fucking problems, dude. Like I literally, like I'm seeing through the shit I'm seeing, and like I sense every fucking thing, you know? Like if I see and sense every fucking thing, I can live a normal life away from everything, or I can live in a chaotic city where I see a million fucking things a day. Like, oh my gosh, that drives me fucking insane. Like I'm good. It's like a fucking simulation that doesn't benefit me. All it does is take my time and energy. I'm like, I'm fucking good, dude. If I'm seeing, hearing every little fucking detail, every little fucking thing, like I'm fucking good, man. But yeah, hotels are shit. Hotels on the decline, dude. The best hotels, the most expensive ones, were actually the worst hotels for me, which is fucking crazy. Like they all use this stupid luxury sense and all this like bullshit. And I'm sitting here saying like I'm not reacting well to this bullshit, and it's literally in the fucking hotel, and I'm paying all this money, and it just comes back to what the fuck am I spending all this money for if I can't even like operate at a high level, and I feel like shit. Like some people, they don't react well. They don't respond accordingly to like chemicals and shit. Like, dude, all this dumb shit that people are doing, like why are they putting all these like air freshener shits and Febreze shits and all these scent machines in elevators, and then it smells like signature scents in a hotel room, dude? Why the fuck do I want my hotel room to smell like a fucking lemon? Like I'm good. Like keep it a neutral, calm smell. It's like, dude, some people some people see and notice and feel every fucking thing, and they start to realize that the best way to live is in a calm environment, away from everyone, everything, and no bullshit going on. That's another thing. Like if I see and feel and notice everything, why do I need to smell things? Why do I need all these like scents around me, or all this energy around me, all these people around me? So it really made me start questioning like how I live and what I do. But also like certain things just have such a negative effect on me that I can't do it. And it literally became hotels. At first I was fine, but as I just kept traveling and living in different hotels, I really had a lot of bad experiences from a health standpoint, where I basically couldn't function properly and I couldn't work. And the only thing I could do was just like be a degenerate in the city and just have fun. Just leave the hotel, go out into the city, you know, walk 30,000 steps a day, do fun things, go to clubs, jet skis, beaches, whatever the fuck, right? But when it came to like living and locking in, I couldn't focus at all. So like I've actually realized hotels are out of the question. Can't do that anymore. The risk is not worth the reward, and it's just too big of like a health risk for me and like the way I operate and the capacity and the businesses that I run and trade. So now it's like literally I have to like either buy houses in multiple locations if I want to go there, or I can have like a van situation where I live and travel in a van, or I could literally do like temporary apartments. This is another thing. So like most nice apartments don't have month to month leases. So literally I can live in a spot for like 3 to 5 months, and then I just break the lease. Most leases start at 6 months, and I usually don't even stay for 6 months. So literally I just live there for a couple months and just break the lease. And like I wouldn't even stay in like someone else's Airbnb, or um well, I'm banned from certain platforms when it comes to stuff like that, but like I would never really stay in like an Airbnb, a booking.com, someone other places. That's another thing I would never do. I would never stay in a random person's place, and I can't stay in hotels. but I like to travel. I like to move around. I like to experience different things. So basically, this whole experience that I had in Miami, it really changed shit. Now I have to do a lot of research. I do remember in California, it was chill. It was pretty chill, but I didn't like California. That's the thing. In California, they weren't doing all this fucking bullshit of a million fucking cents, a million fucking chemicals driving me fucking insane. It was actually a pretty like clean, calm, neutral place, but I found it very boring and just not for me. I didn't feel like myself over there. Um, so yeah, it's just like for who I am and just what I am now, I don't know if this shit's gonna last forever. I don't see how it's gonna magically go away, but life's interesting. It's always surprising me with something. But basically, I've just found that like there's just too much bullshit in this world for someone who's like real and who tries to live pure with good intent and like calm and shit. There's just too much chaos in a world to be moving around and shit. It's like now I have to move around extremely strategic with everything I do. So it's just becoming like basically a lot of things in my life are losing access to me. That's what's going on within my life. And it's all for the best. These things used to benefit me, they're not benefiting me anymore. All they're doing is taking my time, energy, or just lowering me, lowering my frequency, lowering my vibration, or literally like throwing my health off. Like, dude, I've been in hotel rooms. This shit is crazy. I've been in hotel rooms where I can't stay in the hotel. If I stay there, I would like lose my fucking mind. Like my shit would fucking explode. Couldn't sleep. It's miserable. And this shit is crazy. I've lived in places like cost like 1,000 plus a night. And I'm sitting here saying like, dude, I cannot fucking sleep. The smells, the scents, whatever the fuck is in this room, this shit is driving me fucking crazy. And then the cities amplify everything. That's another thing. Like basically high energetic places and hotels are the worst things for me. Hotels and not the most high energetic places. It could be a little bit better, but it's just I'm having a big problem I'm noticing with scents. And that's another thing. I used to go to a lot of different restaurants and these restaurants, some of them they wipe down the table with like some chemicals or like some fucking wet wipes, some bullshit, and it drives me fucking insane. I'm seriously saying, dude, I cannot sit at this table. And it's not even just that. If they put it on another table, it drives me fucking crazy. Like this shit is not like it's just not for me. Like, and then other restaurants, they don't even wipe down the table. Some of them just put a fucking like, just a fucking thing over the table. They don't even wipe it down. Or like they just put down some water, like a normal fucking person. Not everyone wants to like live. Not everyone wants to live. Not everyone wants to stay in a hotel that smells like a chemical or a signature scent. And not everyone wants to sit down and eat their food, breathing in and smelling chemicals. So like, guys, basically, put it this way. The world is a fucked up place. It really is. And the problem with like traveling and staying in temporary places is there's just too many things that are out of your control. And that's another problem I'm having with apartments. Basically, I don't think I would ever live in a high rise. That's another, like, I'm just not like, I never really liked living in the sky. I found it to be not grounding at all and just not useful or beneficial. I hate that feeling of like, fuck, I have to take the elevator, or I have to go to the parking garage, get the car. Like, all of this friction and like it feels like I'm not in control. Like if you guys live on the ground, you can open your door and go to your car. You're in control of your life. But if you live in the sky, you have to take an elevator. And if you take the elevator, you're not in control because the elevator can break down and you might have to take the stairs, right? And you could be 30 floors up. Or you can get stuck in the elevator, or the elevator can take 20 minutes for it to open as it's waiting to go to a million fucking people. Um, or even if you're living in the fucking penthouse, as you're going down to your level, it stops at multiple fucking floors. It's like, dude, you never know what the fuck you're gonna get. That's the problem I had with high rises. It's like that movie, like Forrest Gump, like life is like a box of chocolates. You don't know what you're gonna get. That's why I've been trying to be like just more in control of my life and of my shit. Cause dude, if I go off and live a life like that, where things aren't in my control, you guys wouldn't believe what the fuck happens. This shit is like a fucking movie, and I realize that like all the shit that's happening isn't benefiting me. It's just entertainment. Like literally, if I just filmed my life like out of control, people would be like, dude, this is fucking hysterical. This is like fucking like this is like a movie. This is like comedian. This is like a horror film. This is like fucking people be so entertained, right? And I could do that. Who knows? Maybe at some point, some chapter, I'll do like an entertainment chapter, fucking live streaming all day of like living a life out of control, whatever the fuck. But like, I just realized the life I like living, like the real me, the life I like living is like controlled access, you know, just like being in control of my life, not going through all these bullshit fucking steps. And it's like, for what? Use the elevator for what? Live in the sky for what? Go to a parking garage and go 10 floors down for what? Why would I do all these things for what? Like, that's another thing. Why am I creating all of this friction, all of these other moments of running into random people, going into random elevators, weird fucking smells? Oh, this time the elevator didn't smell and it didn't bother me. Oh, this time the elevator smelled fucking horrible and the shit bothered me, threw my vibe off. Like, dude, I shift rooms, I shift energies. Like, that's why I'm starting to realize, for someone like me who like has high sensitivity, sees everything, feels everything, shifts energy, feels energy, becomes fucking energy, it has to all be controlled access. You know, the thing with me is I can't stay in certain places very long. But it's funny, I could stay in the club forever. I could literally, oh my gosh, I could stay in a club for a long period of time. But if I sit down at a restaurant and they're spraying that stupid shit, I can't stay there. I have to get the fuck out of there. That's why, like, you know, as you could probably guess, I'm not going out as much, or like I'm just being very meticulous on where the fuck I go. And it's just disappointing because everything's just out of your control. Even with a restaurant, like there's a restaurant I recently liked. I would go there all the time. They didn't spray anything. And now they spray all this shit. And I realized, like, dude, this is another thing I hate about restaurants. There's no control of anything. You know, like you go there, you wait for someone to come to you. That could take 5 minutes. That could be right away. That could take 20 fucking minutes. You never know what's going on in the environment, who's there, reservation, whatever. Like, things could take time, right? Obviously, a reservation helps with that, but still, if you're in a restaurant, you're not in control. You have to wait for people to bring your food. You have to wait for people to come to you. You have to wait to get the check unless you pay beforehand. It's just like all these extra things for what? Like, it really made me realize, like, what is the point of all of this extra shit for what? And also spending more money for what? Why am I spending more money to live a life that's more out of my control, that's draining all of my energy and all of my time, and there's no fucking control at all? Man, I used to have like so much fun just like living recklessly, or just like living like more freely, of just doing what the fuck I want. Now I've realized that I've become a certain type of person, for like who the fuck I am now. It's just not the best way of living. I've realized like the whole like do whatever the fuck you want, have fun, do this, do that. That's just more of like a temporary life, more of like a, you know, do this for a short period of time or for a short little chapter and then go back to normal life. Like, shit is just not for me right now, man. But this shit is crazy, man. Because I'm telling you guys, like, some people, when it comes to like fragrances, even like perfume or cologne, or like Febreze chemicals or things like that, some people react horribly. And the two worst, some of the worst things you can put that into, um, are in a car. If someone orders an Uber and the Uber smells like fucking chemicals, dude, I feel fucking horrible. It feels like I'm a 10, and then I sit in the car and I go down to a 5. And then I sit here and I say, why did I just lower myself and submit to this to go to a 5? You know? And like I said, when I was younger, I didn't have any of these, I didn't experience any of this, right? And I don't look at it as a problem. I'm actually looking at this shit like a superpower, because, you know, obviously now there's certain things that I'm not interested in doing, but I also have superpowers that come with this as well. Being able to see things, you know, feel things, high sensitivity also gives me superpowers, right? But you know, I just realized with just this being so high intense and just like feeling and seeing everything and just responding very negatively to chemicals and shit like that, some of the worst things for me are just like being not being in control of like a car situation, a housing situation, um, a living situation, a car situation, in a restaurant situation. Those have been the three things where like now I'm very meticulous. You know, with what I do and where I go, because I can't sit at a restaurant. Like, I won't tolerate it, dude. Some people will tolerate it and they'll be like, I feel like shit. This is bothering me, but that's life and I'm gonna sit here and deal with it. Me personally, I used to be that guy. Now it's just instant cutoff. It's like, if I used to go to this place and there was no problems, then I'll keep going there if I like it and if it's worth my time. But if there's problems now, I'm just done with it. I would just let it go. Like, dude, when something in my life loses access to me, I just let it go. I let it be removed. I don't go chasing it. I don't go trying to fix it. I don't go trying to tell people, hey, you used to do this, now you're doing this, and it's bothering me. Like, nope. At the end of the day, like, if you guys are going to restaurants, staying at hotels, this whole idea of like, oh, they're trying to please the customer. Nope, they're the ones in control. Those are the motherfuckers in control. It's not the people going into fucking restaurants, paying for food, or the fucking people staying in the hotels. They're not the ones in fucking control. Like you give them your money, those are the motherfuckers in control, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just an instant cutoff for me. Like, if something goes wrong or I don't like something that's going on in the environment, I don't really say anything about it. I could obviously make content about it if I wanted to, and that would probably go viral. But like, I just cut that shit off quick and move the fuck on to what I need to do. Because at the end of the day, I don't need to be traveling or going to a hotel. I don't need to be sitting around. I don't need to be doing any of this shit. I can just live. I'm in like a season I'm in right now, just living at home, just creating the best life I can for myself at at home. That's just what I'm doing right now. And then I'm traveling towards the weekends, towards Thursday, Friday. I'm traveling 2 to 3 days. Um I just got to be very strategic with where I go. Lately I've literally just been fucking driving. I haven't been staying at fucking hotels because, dude, these hotels are fucked up. It's either they have all this bullshit smells, right? All these nice luxury places, they all have these bullshit smells. They drive me fucking nuts. I'm sitting here saying, dude, fuck them. I'm not giving it, like, fuck them. I can't even stay in the fucking hotel. I can't fucking sleep. I left a fucking penthouse at 3 in the morning and went back home. That's how bad shit got for me. I literally went back to my place at 3 a.m. staying in a fucking 5-star fucking penthouse. Dude, I'm sitting here saying, dude, like the dream life I'm living, people would dream for this life, and I'm over here saying I can't live this life. This shit is toxic. My health is going under. And then I'm thinking about other people are sitting saying, dude, they would dream to live that life. And I'm sitting here saying, like, dude, this shit is fucking crazy. Spending thousands of dollars at night for a fucking hotel. This shit is like bringing my health down. I can't even fucking sleep. That's another thing. Like, guys, most important things are sleep and food. Literally, sleep, food, water, like the simplest things. And that's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes down to it, restaurants, hotels, and like cars and shit like that, very important things in life. Anything that creates friction and just costs more for a shittier experience. Like, dude, all this shit and giving other people control, it tends to be not the move. It really isn't. It just this shit is not the move. I like to drive alone with my shit. I don't like being driven around. Obviously, in certain situations, I might have to call like a lift. That's another thing. You know, some businesses actually get what the fuck I'm talking about, but in the times we're living in, dude, it's really location based. I found in California that they're just not like that as much with all this going crazy with chemical shit. But dude, in Miami, they go fucking nuts with that shit. Um, in fucking hotels, that's where they go fucking crazy with it. The restaurants are all right, but like you got to stay somewhere if you go somewhere. That's the thing, unless you just drive there and get the fuck out. And that's what I've been doing recently. So this shit is insane, man. But look, um, I literally just noticed on Lyft, this came in clutch. There's actually a feature on Lyft. It's called like Comfort some shit, and it literally says when you book the Lyft that it's a fragrance free ride. And I'm sitting here saying, dude, all these fragrances have been like bothering me and like fucking with me, and I wouldn't sit there and tolerate this shit because I'm not like the past version of myself that would. Like, if something's bringing me down, I just leave it. I don't sit there and take it. Like, some people, they're like, oh, well, if something's getting tough, something's making you feel bad, just stay there, deal with it. I'm like, no, fuck that. I'm fucking out of here. I can get something better than this. Like, fuck, like, I'm not going from a 10 to 5 for what? I can go somewhere else, or I can do the shit myself. If something needs to be gone or lose access to me, then fuck it. I'll just keep on moving. As you guys can probably see, this is why like the whole traveling idea and staying other places for me has, you know, completely different now with the way that I'm living and being more intentional and stuff like that. Cause dude, you really I can't trust like any other fucking business or any shit. Like, dude, I could tell people like, hey, is everything good or whatever the fuck, and then it still smells horrible. Like, all this shit, like everything has to be a lot of things have to be in my control, basically. But like, literally on Lyft, there's this feature where like you can drive in a new car and there's no fragrant smell. It literally says no fragrant smell. And then I looked on Uber and they have a different version, but it doesn't say anything about fragrance. I'm sitting here saying, dude, this company, Lyft, actually understands what the fuck I'm talking about. A new ride smells fresh, smells new, no fucking fragrances, no fucking chemicals, no weird ass fucking smells, you know? A new fresh ride with no fragrance. I'm sitting here saying, dude, that's exactly what I wanted. But Uber doesn't have that. And well, they have the same title, but they don't say anything about fragrances. So that's more risk. I could always try that out, but like that literally solved my problem, dude. Because I was booking Ubers or just like a Lyft, like, and I was doing luxury rides, like fucking, Uber Black or Uber XL, the nice expensive rides. I was doing the most expensive things, and everything fucking luxury or everything super nice, and even the shittier ones too. They just all kept having these fucking smells that would drive me fucking crazy, and I would feel like shit sitting in these fucking cars. And then I realized Lyft has this feature, and I used the feature, and I was completely fine. And I went to the club, I was completely fine. And then I realized, wait a second, there's a business that solves my problem because I don't want to be around fragrances and shit like that. And then obviously I can hire a driver and make sure, that there's no fragrance in the driver. So then that solves that. But then I think about hotels. Hotels, dude, none of these hotels have that option. Fragrance free hotel doesn't exist. I would have to do research and see if they don't do fragrances. But dude, that's another thing. I've called up hotels and they literally say, like, um, oh, there's no fragrance. It smells fine. I go there, it's the complete opposite. And they give me different rooms, still there. And the only solution is for me to leave, you know? And then I leave and then I have to find a new hotel. And it's a nightmare. And it just never fucking ends, right? Obviously, I could find selective hotels in certain areas, but still, it's just very hard to find. It's like, for what? It's just so like, literally, like most hotels all use that shit, and a lot of the like anything luxury is crazy. Like anything luxury, anything priced very high, usually has that shit. And that shit just drives me fucking crazy. So this shit's crazy, man. Because like in my house, it smells normal. It either smells like nothing, like just literally me raw, or like unscented. My house either smells unscented or like a new construction place. No fragrance, just new construction built. That's how my shit like fucking smells like, Like this shit is crazy, man. So who knows? Maybe in the future there's gonna be like options with hotels or like with restaurants or something like that, or like something's gotta change because it's ridiculous. It really made me think as well of like how pointless and how meaningless so many ways there are to be made money. And it always comes down to living situations. It had me thinking a lot about the economy. If you think about living situations, right? So I'll give you guys an example. Let's take an apartment for an example. So there's an apartment that I know of. They charge like $30 a month to take out your trash. It's like valet trash. You leave the trash can outside, you put the trash out, they take it for you, right? They charge $30 a month for that. And if you don't use the service, they still charge you. And most people don't use the service because they don't want to leave their trash outside. It feels like disgusting to do that right outside your door, bugs and shit. And certain days, the trash people don't come to pick up the trash. And then also, you have this person stopping at your front fucking door with a big fucking trash shit, which smells and shit. And then if you walk out a certain time, like people don't want to fucking smell that scent, and people don't want to bring in their trash and bring it back in the bin, and some people don't want that in their house. That's just how some people are, right? They don't want that in their space. It feels kind of gross, right? But if you think about it, this is an absolute meaningless business that's tied to living situations that recur every single month. And it really had me thinking of like the amount of pointless things exist that don't benefit us, that take our money in a forced way when it comes to living situations, and also that actually instill the wrong or bad habits, or like actually lower us, keep us like lower versions of ourselves. I don't see how someone's gonna level up um from being around chemicals or scents. I don't see it. I really don't. I think people are better off not being around any of that fucking shit. so they can actually fucking focus. You know, so, I'm telling you guys, like some people, they literally have like health conditions where if they're around it, like it will fucking like it destroys them. It's crazy. Like, dude, if that shit's in my hotel, I can't sleep. I can't fucking sleep. It was fucking hilarious. I was staying in this one hotel in Miami. There was nowhere else for me to go. So I had two options. I can go to the club that's open 24/7, or I can drive home to my place. And what I did was I did both. That's exactly what I did because I realized, dude, I'm having a very negative experience. I could just drive home all mad, or I can go somewhere that's fun, enjoy it, get some energy, and then go home. And that's exactly what the fuck I did. It's like, dude, this shit is crazy. And it's not just that. Like I'm looking at where my money's going. I'm sitting here saying, dude, I'm spending more money and my health is going down, right? But it really okay, now see, look. So that's a meaningless business, right? Trash valet. It's absolutely meaningless. Anyone can go out and just take out their trash. You know, there's usually a trash compactor nearby or literally on the floor of your apartment, right? But some apartments, they typically have both options. You know, valet trash, and then or you can just go out and take it yourself, right? So like, it sounds pretty degenerate to leave your trash outside at a specific time and then bring it back in at a specific time. And if you don't bring it back in, they charge you a fee, right? It's the most degenerate system possible, right? Another thing, valet, valet parking, absolutely degenerate. Why would I want some random person, right? To go into my car, touch the door, touch the steering wheel, sit in the car, wait for them to get my car, wait for them to give me my car. Why would I want to pass my car off to some random fucking person? Why would I want to like not be in control and just like do whatever the fuck I want to do? See, like that's what I'm saying, guys. Like all this luxury shit, it just all seems like an illusion, like a disguise to just take people's money. It's like there's no benefit in anything, dude. I could go out and get my car like that. I can live on the ground, walk outside my door, get my car, or I can live in a fucking penthouse, right? Go to fucking 30 floor fucking elevator, whatever the fuck, and go down 10 fucking the fucking oh my gosh, dude, you guys live in a penthouse? Go use the parking garage. It's a fucking nightmare. It's absolutely fucking nightmare. And some oh you can use valet. I'm like, so I'm gonna I'm gonna tell someone, hey, can you get my car? And then I'm gonna wait for them to get my car. Is that a fucking joke? What if they're getting someone else's car? What if they're not there alive on spot? What if I want to go out at 3 in the fucking morning when they're all fucked up and sleepy or like not even fucking there doing something else? You know, like what the like I've actually really most a lot of things when it comes to living situations are literally meaningless businesses. There's no value to gain. All they're doing is taking time, control, and money and energy and just fucking shit up. They're just throwing life off. Like, dude, this is shit that businesses charge for. Valet living with trash, people charge for that. Valet car parking services, people charge for that. Like, this shit blows my fucking mind. Another thing, a smart lock. Dude, there's an apartment. And by the way, a lot of these places force you to have this stuff. You can't, even if you don't use it, you can't take it off. Like, it's crazy. A smart lock. 30 fucking dollars a month for a smart lock. Why do I need a smart lock on my door when we could just have a door with a key on it? But like, oh no, 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 we don't do that. We don't have the doors with the keys on it. Um, we're gonna create an economy where you guys have to submit to us and you have to pay us $30 a month if you want to be able to open your door. Because if you want to open your door, you have to use like a touchpad and enter digits on your thing because there is no key. So we're going to get rid of doors with keys and we're going to make a touchpad and charge $30 a month for the touchpad. So it's like, dude, I'm looking at certain businesses and I'm sitting here saying this always comes back to living situations. I've studied this, man. When it comes to an economy, when it comes to living situations, there's so many businesses that are so meaningless that are charging monthly recurring fees, especially these apartments. Valet parking, valet trash, fucking smart fucking locks, amenity fee. This is another. Why the fuck am I paying $40, $50 a month for amenity? I don't even use the amenities. Since I don't use the amenities, can you can I not have this like key fob and you guys can keep it because I don't use this shit? Oh no, 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 no. You have to have this. It's included. This is what it's like to live here. So, dude, this shit blows my mind, you know? And then if you buy a house, think what houses is, there's extra fees, even if you pay it off, like property taxes and stuff like that. But at least with a house, people are in more control of their shit. But even that, like that could be taken from them, government coming and taking shit like that. So it's like, dude, this shit is just crazy. But like one thing that blows my mind is like the amount of meaningless businesses that add absolute value to anyone's lives on a recurring basis. It always tends to be recurring. I've noticed that. And it always tends to be living situations, but not just recurring. I would say just when it comes to living situations in general, so many things are so meaningless, and people don't have the option if they live there or temporarily live there to not have those expenses. It's just forced on them. They're just forced to submit if they sign the lease or live there or whatever the fuck, right? And another thing is like all these fucking like, dude, I'm in a situation like I'm not gonna stay at someone else's place, and I'm not gonna be looking to stay at hotels. So it's like if I want to travel somewhere, I'm literally thinking in chapters. Where can I stay for 3 to 5 months? And another thing is with that situation, this is where it's beneficial to have money, right? And it's not a big deal for me because typically hotels cost a lot more to stay in temporary than what I'm talking about here. But like, dude, basically if I want to go live out a chapter somewhere else for a couple months, I would basically have to sign a lease and then break the lease. And the reason for that is most places that I could actually live in don't do month to month leases, which is another like big problem, you know? Like if someone's in my shoes, they're gonna want to do a month to month lease. If they want to just go fuck off somewhere, they're not gonna stay in Airbnb, they're not gonna stay in hotels, they're gonna sign a lease, whether it's a house or whether it's apartment. And most apartments, most houses, most places in general, they do like 6 months to 1 month to 1 year lease. Obviously, everywhere is different and there is rare solutions, but I'm speaking more in general. So like I'm just explaining to you guys of like just how fucked up the economy is, of just how like so many meaningless things are tied to living situations, right? So I'm telling you, like, if you guys become more grounded, like more spiritual, and you tune out all the noise, you'll start to see of just like how much bullshit there is in a world. And the way I learned a lot of this was being in a fucking city. Oh my gosh, a city taught me so much of just like how much fucking bullshit there is. And just like if someone's lacking energy, if someone needs to get out of their head or go somewhere, they can just go there. It's all fucking there to fucking take. But it's like the city typically takes more than what the person gets out of it. It's like there's always a debt to play. If a place is giving me all this energy, it's probably not making me the best version of myself. It's probably just borrowed fucking energy, dude. Like I'm saying, like Miami actually helped me out a lot. But it literally pushed me out where I couldn't be there from a hotel standpoint. I couldn't live in a hotel. It pushed me out and it literally exposed me to too much chemicals and too much bullshit, dude. The place never shuts off 24/7, fucking 24 fucking 7. So it actually active that man, that place I've never found a place that's so activating, and oh my gosh, it was so fun to be at that alive and stuff. But like the problem with it for me is I'm someone who's like highly intellectual, and I like one of the things I crave is like deep connections and a lot of depth and a lot of intelligence, and I was not finding that out there. I was finding connections, but like they weren't meaningful connections. The main things I found out in Miami was fucking motion and activation, right? It has all of that, but like for who I am, I don't need that. I don't need a lot of motion. I don't need a lot of activation. It's like, dude, the way my brain processes something, typically those things are just gonna throw me off the track a bit. It's fun to be around. Like I said, it's like a movie. It's fun to be around and to live, but for someone who wants to sit down and focus and build a business, or it's like self-improvement and build themselves up, it's not the greatest of places. It's really not. I do like how it has controlled access. It definitely has controlled access where you can live any life you want to live over there. If you want a quieter life, you can live in Coral Gables, you can live in the suburbs, and then just intentionally go into those places. But most of the places that I used to go there, I have no interest in really going there anymore. I'd much rather just visit once in a while, which kind of points back as well to not really living there. And the whole place felt like a simulation. It didn't feel like a real life. Basically, it didn't feel like my real life. It felt like a movie. So who knows? Maybe at some point I want to live my life like a movie 24 fucking 7. But there's another thing that feels more of like a real life, like a more real grounded me that doesn't feel as much as like a movie. And I've just always lived that way for such a long period of time. But it's not just that, it's just understanding that living that way for 6 months for who I already was and then what I became after that too, it really like changed me in certain ways. Like now it's like I can't go to a lot of restaurants or I won't go. And then hotels, that's another big issue I'm gonna have when I'm traveling. Like literally in terms of my traveling, I've just been driving, just a couple hours. Like I've just been doing drives. I haven't even stayed in hotels because I've had too many bad horrific experiences at hotels. And the craziest thing was these were 5-star hotels, and most of these hotels would use luxury scents, and that wasn't working out. So then I went to normal hotels, that wasn't working out. One of the things with normal hotels that I don't like is my vibration and my energy is so fucking high. If I were to stay in like some normal ass hotel, even if it like there was no smell, I would be like, dude, this feels low. This feels like low fucking class. This feels like low fucking vibes. Like this place feels like it's draining me. Like that's another thing. That's why I always like the luxury places. But the thing with the luxury places are they have so much activation. They have so much fucking energy. Again, these things could be good temporarily, but to live that 24/7, that's a completely different lifestyle that I've never really lived. I did it for 6 months. The shit did not. There was no ROI. It felt like everything was just taken from me. Everything was just taken from me. Like all this energy, all this activation, it's just take from me. What am I getting out of this? Yeah, I feel fucking alive. I feel fucking great, but do I feel like I'm building an amazing life? Do I feel like I'm getting like truth or creating depth or like creating something rare? No, it feels just very energetic simulation. Why the fuck would I want to be like? I don't know how people live in Brickell or fucking Rodeo Drive or just these places where it's like a simulation. Like you go there and it's just entertainers and fucking like New York's like entertainers, fucking, just simulation. Like, oh, this person's gonna be there at this time. I'm gonna see this guy. I'm gonna see that car. Like these characters are always there 24 fucking 7, always on, always moving, la di da di da. Like a lot of people just live there to borrow the energy or a certain personality, become a certain character. I don't know how the fuck people do it, dude. I tried for 6 months. That shit is like, nah. I was like, dude, this shit is just fucking like it becomes a nightmare at some point. But man, this shit is insane, man. This is insane because I'm in a very interested point in my chapter because I was just in chaos for 6 months. I lived so many different lives, had a great time. Now I'm back to my normal spot, and my mind has never been clearer than ever. It's never been this clear. My mind is like on cloud nine. Um, so you guys can imagine like how bizarre that is, like if you're staying in hotels and like you're getting migraines, you feel like your head is spiking, like sharp spikes of like head pains, lightning is going into your fucking head and you've never experienced shit like this before. um and like you feel like you can't breathe and there's no fucking oxygen and you're trapped on top floor, with these activating views and all this fucking energy and all this onness, never fucking sleeping, no fucking discipline or stability any fucking where, to then going from like the most safest, calmest, on the ground, normal life away from all that, dude. That shit, I learned so much being there. And then it got to a point where I literally had to get like I couldn't live there. I had to get the fuck out of there. You know, um, unless like I signed a place there, but I already signed places there and I literally got the fuck out of the places that I signed there. It's like over there they do have month-to-month leases. I tried that and then I broke a lease over there too. Dude, I broke, so my God, the amount of leases that I broke in the past like 2 fucking years is insane. Um, but that's just because the way I live and like most people don't do month-to-month leases. So I have no other choice. I'm like, dude, I'm not finishing the lease. Like this is how I live my life. I'll just pay the fee. And there's the only penalty is financially. They don't care that you break the lease. They could just give it to someone else. Like they don't give a shit. Um, it has no negative effect on me getting another place. I get instantly approved. That's just how life is set up. When it's certain things for my life, it's just certain things are just more expensive than the average person of just how I live. That is what it is. If they don't have monthly months, like I'll sign a lease and break it. I don't give a fuck. Like if I want to live there, I'll live there. But man, it's just like, dude, I'm just like I'm just like I learned so much being there, and now I'm back here, more experienced and more skilled because I lived a different life, which was great. And that's another thing. If I go out and live a different lifestyle, I realized I don't have to be there for a long period of time. I could be there 3 to 6 months, get what I needed from the place, learn a lot, and that's it. I could just do chapters. So like I kind of live my life in like seasons and chapters, but I always have a stable place that I can come back to. You know, like I said, I was literally staying in this one place over there and I had nowhere else to stay. You know, the place got so bad, I had to get out of there. And I said, all right, I'm going to go to the club and then I'm going to drive home at 3 a.m. And then I drove home at 3 a.m. I got back, next day. Like, I did what I had to do. It's better than fucking, dying in a fucking hotel. For what? What am I dying for? That's the thing. Like, if if I'm at a restaurant and I'm just dying at the restaurant because all these fucking chemicals and all this shit drive me crazy, like what am I dying for? To eat food that I'm not gonna enjoy eating? If I'm staying in a hotel that I don't enjoy, what am I trying to go to sleep for? To sleep in a place that's gonna lower me and I'll wake up feeling like shit. I'm not even gonna be able to go to sleep. Like what am I suffering for? What's the point of suffering when I could just move on? That's what I'm saying. Like that's the biggest advantage to having money is you can just instantly move on. You don't have to worry about things and like you just move on. Like, oh, I don't like staying here. I'll just book another hotel. Oh, there's no other hotel to book. All right, I'll just go home. I have a home spot. I'll figure out how to get there. You know, whether I have to drive home, whether I have to fucking charter a fucking jet, whatever the fuck I have to do, I will find a way to get there. Like, I just don't the only way I'm suffering is if it makes sense. If it makes sense to sacrifice and suffer, then so be it. But if it doesn't make any sense and I have a better option, I'll just do the better option. If there's nothing to gain from suffering or sacrifice, then I'm not gonna suffer for what? I could just move on, go somewhere better, move on with my life and avoid these other things. But yeah, that's just one of the recent problems I've had with my life was just traveling, which is kind of it sucks because I love traveling. But the good news is Trump's in office. My mind is clearer than ever. I've learned a lot recently, and I've actually, despite getting pushed out of a place that I was living in, it was actually for the best. And my mind is clearer than ever. And I'm not overthinking like this environment. Like I used to love where I lived for a very long period of time. And then it got to a point where I needed to get out of here. It was getting very bad for me mentally. So I got out here for 6 months. And then I came back after 6 months and I realized this place is like a fresh fucking breath air, fucking oxygen, and I love living here. I just need to get away from this place sometimes, because it's just too much solitude, too much isolation. But like I said, I live my life in like chapters, and like basically when it comes to that, you want to have a stable home base that's grounded, meaning like a safe place that you can always go to if something ever goes wrong or if you need to go somewhere or whatever the fuck. You have a safe place that's grounding, that's calm. So I have a spot that's like solitude, isolated, and I do have family close by, which is a huge benefit. Because like I said, I don't hang out with many people or associate myself with many people, and I have a very tight circle. So being close to family is very advantageous because that's one of the, people that I spend a lot more time with, right? Um, so that's a huge benefit. And that's another thing. Like, what was the benefit of being very far away from my family? I just didn't see much of a benefit of like leaving my hometown forever. I didn't see the biggest benefits from it. But who knows? At some point I'll live a who knows, maybe I'll try to live a different life. Basically, like with just the amount of changes that I've experienced and what I've become, basically this is how I'm living my life. I have a home base that's a safe place. So like if anything ever goes wrong in my life, I could just come back here, no problems. And another benefit is it's not extremely high to live here, right? That's just another benefit, to never have any financial stress or to never worry about anything financially. Um, is always a benefit. Some people have a lot of expenses and they're always under stress. They're always under pressure, right? I do think pressure creates diamonds, but when you're already a diamond, you start to realize what's the point of having all of this stress and all of this pressure? And that's another thing. When I was over there, I realized like I'm the type of person that becomes my environment. So if I want to lock in, it's best for me to live away from everything. If I want to have fun, then it seems like instead of living in the fun, it's best for me to live away from everything and intentionally go into the fun. Otherwise, I just become the fun and become entertainment, and everything else, health wise, business wise, everything else starts going under, right? Um, which could be fine if I'm okay with that, but I just don't see the benefit of it because I could just strategically go into these places intentionally, right? But basically how I'm living with everything that is happening, I have a place that I'm familiar with that I've been living in forever. And the biggest benefits of this place is it doesn't cost a lot to live here, which means there's like no pressure to do anything and there's no like stress and there's no financial pressure. Some people say that's a benefit, you know, because you're just 100% clear. Other people, they say that's not a benefit. Other people say, like, dude, I need to be around the energy. I need to be around people. I need to be around all the sharks, all the hustlers, all the people who are in the thick of it, you know, living the high life, paying high expenses, trying to be their absolute most. Like, I get it. There's different extremes. Solitude is an extreme. And then, you know, living around a bunch of sharks who are spending a fuck ton of money on their lifestyle. Like, there's just different extremes in life. Me personally, I could be a shark and have high expenses, but I don't need to live around other sharks. Like, I could give a fuck, dude. I like living with myself. I could give a fuck about. That's another thing. Like, I don't, I don't care if I'm around necessarily like a bunch of sharks or around just normal people. I do prefer the sharks though. Absolutely. I prefer to be around, people who are striving to do what I'm doing or just people who are living to their fullest, but in a way that sometimes just feels like too much of a polished movie. It just doesn't feel like a real life. And that's just like one of the things that I don't like about that. Like places like Brickell and stuff like that, it doesn't feel like a real realistic life to be living, which isn't the best for a person like me. Typically being around more normal things tends to be better and just intentionally going into the fun rather than living in it. But the cool thing about Miami is you can literally just, like intentionally live whatever life you want to live there, which is kind of cool, but still it just doesn't seem like the ROI was necessarily worth it. Um it's definitely fun though. The one thing I could say about that place is it has motion. It's a fun place to move around and do things. It has a lot of energy, which is dude. The energy in Miami is real. Oh my fucking gosh! If you guys want to ever be fucking energized, go to Coconut Grove. If you want clear, calm energy, go to Coconut Grove. Go to the clubs. If you want degenerate energy, go to Brickell. Um, but man, that's like Coral Gables. There's no energy there. It's just quiet. Coconut Grove. I've man, out of everywhere I've been, I've actually felt most clear-minded and outgoing over there. Where I'm at right now, I feel very clear-minded, but a little bit less outgoing. I think that's just because there's not much going on with where I'm living, but I feel so tuned into the charts. That's something I've always wondered if I would be better trading in Coconut Grove or better trading where I'm at right now. But dude, it's just one of the unfair advantages about where I'm living here right now is it's just the familiarity and the comfortability and like family close by and very low expenses to live here. But like I built up a certain like frequency. So like if you guys live in a place for a very long time, especially like in a hometown where you're familiar with the environment, you're familiar with the people who are there, and you're a place where you built your skills up from zero, right? I've developed a certain type of frequency that like it just never feels like this anywhere else I go. And it's hard to let that go as well, considering how much I like it and how cheap it is to live here. So like I kind of have like a safe house where I could just come here. And the cool thing is I could just leave here at any time. It's like I'm not chained to it. The expense to live here is so low. And another thing is as well, I don't really cook. I just order everything to my house, food, everything. So like if I order everything wherever I go, I could just live anywhere within an instance. That's one of the advantages to like not owning a lot and having everything come to you. Like the way I'm living here, it's a lot cheaper and it's like a stable, reliable home base, but it's not just that. It's just like the frequency. I built up a certain frequency where it's just not like this anywhere. Like, dude, I got out of here for a couple months. I learned so much. I came back here. Oh my gosh, it's like I'm so fucking overpowered now. It's like to have all this power and all this intelligence, and I compare it. I compare the contrast to where I was recently. It's like two different versions. One of me is like a movie who's like out of my head, taking action, making more mistakes, not as necessarily like healthy or just like not as sustainable or just not as locked in. Like it's just more of an action movie. And then the other version of me is locked the fuck in. Like locked the fuck in. Like, dude, this guy's on another fucking realm. There's a difference between the guy who can sit in a room with nothing in it and build from 0 to 1,000 versus the guy who's living the action movie out of your life Wolf of Wall Street character, right? There's two drastic differences between the results and the lives that those people live. So basically, the shit that I'm on right now is, I don't know. Like I said, at some point I might go full Wolf of Wall Street mode, but like the shit I'm on right now is the motherfucker who lives in solitude, who built everything up from zero, like hometown frequency, right? Who lives away from everything, and then intentionally steps in to the Wolf of Wall Street movie. That's where I'm in right now, right? So like living a calm, normal life, solitude, clear signal, nothing to stress about, nothing to worry about. And then if I want to go live out, and I'm still living a movie, it's just a different movie, right? But if I want to go out and live the whole like, oh, I'm out of my fucking head, I'm not thinking, I'm not planning, I'm not strategizing, I'm not as locked into my business, want to go live life, feel alive, have fun, energy 24/7, like, live it up. I could just travel to those places, right? Um, but the traveling hit a speed bump because I don't do hotels anymore. So basically, I'm figuring out other places where I might want to live temporarily, and then I could just sign a lease there, break the lease. Um, and I can also just drive to places, or I can literally fly there same day and then leave same day and not even stay at a hotel. Or I can test out certain hotels and see they're not, dude, they're not all fried. But even if they're not fried, I just don't like staying in hotels. I really don't. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. It is like one of the most disgusting things you could do is stay in a fucking hotel. It is so fucking absurd to me of like how many people have been in that room, slept in it. Like it's just so fucking, it's disgusting. And it's just like, it's not that, even if I find the perfect spot, it's like, dude, nothing's guaranteed. They could change their shit, spray chemicals, do whatever the fuck they want. It's their hotel. They can add luxuries. It's just like, I like being in control of my life. That's where friction has now been created with traveling, right? So the biggest benefits to this place is it just doesn't cost a lot to live here. I built up a very strong, intelligent frequency here. Um, that is very hard to find anywhere else. Like I said, I found, man, the frequency and the vibes in Coconut Grove were fucking immaculate. But even in the restaurants there, I started feeling like low vibe, didn't want to eat these places. But like, that's not an issue. I don't have to go to the restaurants. That's not an issue. But man, I just felt so like clear out of minded over there. Here I'm more like clear and in minded, more like clear inward. Over there I'm more like clear out of minded, more like I guess action wise, but like, you know, for a long period of time I've just lived a certain life of just being more in my head, more strategic, more planning, less of the Wolf of Wall Street character. When I was really young, I lived that life, just more like out of my fucking mind, just like doing shit 24/7 like I was recently doing, which is why, as you guys can probably tell, the content just wasn't as good and the trades weren't as good on my end. And shit just wasn't as good. And that's just what comes with living certain ways. But some people just operate better in certain environments and just being a certain version of themselves. So basically, it looks like I'm likely gonna just like I'm likely gonna always have this place in a sense to just come back to when I want to, because like the return is just so high here. Like I could literally come here, create a master plan and do nothing and just create the plan, and that will be worth the entire cost to stay here for a year. Meaning like the place that I'm living in right now is like a tool that I can use to like do certain things that need to be done for my business every single year. So like even this place, I don't even have to live here, but one of the reasons why I'm living here is it's just like, dude, I have family close by, and it's just like my frequency. It's just on another fucking level here because I've been here for fucking ever. Like this shit is on another fucking realm. Like some people are different. Some people do very well moving away from their hometown, moving away from everyone. And then other people, some of them never leave their family, which is completely fine. There's like, look at FaZe Rug. FaZe Rug, he never left his family. You know, as time went on, he just upgraded his place, but he always lived with his family. So like, that's the thing about life. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. And you know, sometimes things give you the answers. You know, like think about it. Like if I can't even stay in hotels and I can't really live in most high rises. That's another thing, dude. If there's a high rise and they have like fucking if they have some bullshit in the elevator, I wouldn't live there. That's like the shit I'm on. Like if I live in a high rise and I'm gonna go in and out of the elevator 3 times in, 3 times out per day, and they have some bullshit fucking spray in there, I wouldn't live there. That's the type of shit I'm on. Like when it comes to living situations, I don't submit to any fucking thing. I will leave on spot. I've literally, dude, there was this one time I signed a lease, and this is when it started happening. I signed a lease, and I hated how the fucking place smelled. You know, it was a condo. It wasn't a normal fucking apartment that typically tend to smell more normal. These condos are managed by random fucking people. They can do whatever the fuck. This shit smelled fucking horrible. I broke the lease and got the fuck out of there. Boom, just like that, gone, like a fucking glitch, like a fucking you know, like I was never supposed to be there. Like that's how I am with living situations. That's why you could see of like how, you know, there's less of certain things I'll do and I have to move very strategically because, you know, obviously that's blowing fucking money, but like I said, when it comes to living situations, I always have a place to go to, and I don't submit to any bullshit or to any fucking one, especially when it comes to living. You know, in rare certain situations, um, you know, if it makes sense, like for a quick temporary moment, I might have to just deal with something because that's just like life. But even that, I usually don't. But if it makes sense, I will. But like, dude, anything living situations, especially when it comes to like food, cars, sleeping somewhere, oh man, if an environment's fucked, I am fucking out of there. Like, dude, literally, like, dude, like, literally, every fucking, like, oh my gosh, this place, like, I just got my whole place repainted. I wasn't even living in my place because it was getting repainted because I didn't like the fucking smell of the fucking paint. I was living somewhere else. Like, literally anything like that, man. Like, shit, like, I don't tolerate any fucking shit when it comes to living situations. I've tolerated it so fucking much, and I realized what the fuck it did to me, dude. I'm comparing how I'm trading here versus how I was trading in hotels. And I'm sitting here going, dude, I'm on a level so fucking high. Put it this way, if I trade one day in the place that I'm living here, it pays for the entire cost for the entire year. If I trade one day in a hotel, it could take away the entire cost of the year. And this is a stable place, and a hotel is not a stable place. So I'm doing the ROI. It's like, put it this way. Basically, this place that I'm living in is free to live in. So since it's free to live in, I could just build and create whatever the fuck I want to create in here. And it's also cheaper to do here, which is fucking great. Um, and then I can also build and create whatever life I want to create out of there, right? But it all starts from here with where I'm at, right? What the fuck is someone gonna create? Like just all this, like it's just that, dude. Life is amazing, guys. It really is, man. Like I'm just doing some reflecting of like, cause man, you guys like to live that life for 6 months. I really did put myself through some shit. And it's like I put myself through some shit to become something. And it's like now I feel like I have more powers, but I also have more things that like can like fuck with me in a way, which is why I'm very intentional of like where I go and where I move. But I almost look at it as a way, as like if the things that I used to do or used to like that I no longer like or no longer can even do, even if I like them, I almost look at it as a way where it's like somehow leading me to the life that I'm supposed to be living. Somehow it's leading me to an alignment, right? When someone's moving around, when someone's traveling, they're obviously seeking for answers. They're obviously looking for certain things in life where they're trying to gain something. So I almost feel like everything that has lost access to me, everything that has removed from my life, whether I cut it off or whether it literally just pushed me out, meaning I just couldn't be around it. So like I either cut it off or I got removed so hard from it, it instantly lost access. So like I didn't lose shit, but I had to get removed from it. I got pushed the fuck out of it because it wasn't for me, and that's life. Not everything is for me. Not everything is within alignment for what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing. I almost feel like it's leading me in the best direction possible, you know, which is fucking amazing because it's like I have superpowers. Like that's the thing. Like, um, if someone's experiencing certain things that are negative in their life, it could also give them certain positives in their life, certain like, um, superpowers in life. I mean, that's another thing. If someone has superpowers in life, super abilities, it's very likely that they do also have some downsides that comes with that, you know? If someone's sensitive, if someone feels everything and they're not numb and someone sees through everything, obviously that those are superpowers, and obviously if they use those powers the right way, right, with an alignment of who they are in their mission, obviously that's very advantageous and that's going to help them grow and get them to where they want to go, and that's going to create an amazing life for them, right? And that's going to be the beauty in their life. But I do believe as well, if someone has certain abilities and certain superpowers, they likely have things that they need to be aware of that could like strip them of their powers or like just like lower them, just like lower them mentally or like create friction from them. I do think like certain things that have light, I do think certain dark could come with that. Certain people who have like superpowers or have amazing skill sets, I do like to think that it's not all sunshine. That, if someone is extremely super powered in a certain field, there's likely other things when it comes to life that they're not as good at, or there's certain things that can really like bother them or throw them off or that they can't be around. And like just some of those things for me that I've realized, I'm just very intentful now on what has access to me and like um you know when it comes to living. Like, dude, literally, if I take an Uber, it has to be a Lyft now, and it has to be like that comfort shit. I won't do it because I've been in too many cars where that smell shit is there, and I don't feel good. I like I'm capable of tolerating things temporarily, but I don't like how it brings me down. It makes me feel. It throws me off, and then that could throw off my sleep. And then if my sleep gets thrown off, that could fuck up my whole next day. Like, guys, when it comes to being a high level operator, you really have to like narrow down every little thing that's going on in your life and see how it affects you and see how much time it takes from you, how much money it takes from you. Like, I like where I'm living right now. It's a very systematic place. I could build a million fucking systems here stress free, like nothing to worry about, you know? Like, imagine being stressed out and spending more money. Oh my gosh, what a horrible fucking way to live. That's what cities were doing to me. I was more stressed out and my health was going down, and it like fucked with my mind so much. And then everywhere I went, there was people, energy, and chaos and smells. I'm sitting here saying, dude, one of the worst things for me is to be around a million fucking skyscrapers and a million fucking high rises with a million fucking people and a million fucking cars and a million fucking energies and a million fucking cents. Like, dude, for what? All this is doing is draining the fuck out of me. And this borrowed energy is suffocating my energy. Some people have no fucking energy, no fucking sense of self, that they go to these places to become a certain version of themselves or to become like a character or something. But I would like to think that people who are highly tuned in into themselves and very spiritual and very awake are very unlikely to live in these places because they're just too fucking chaotic and too fucking distraction. But I think it's very beneficial for people like me to intentionally visit them because I learned a lot. I was just there for a little too long. Then I got pushed the fuck out, and now I'm starting to realizing there's certain things that I can't do. But I'm also starting to realizing with the gifts and the abilities that I have, if I use them the right way, it's very advantageous. But if I do certain things where the gifts that I have, affect me in a negative way, meaning like, I'm just not good around chemicals. I'm not good around fragrances. And when it comes to living, I don't want to live around a bunch of energy and a bunch of people. That's just not for me. That's just not for me. Temporarily, I think it's great. Man, like I compared the contrast. Like, dude, I'm living like further away from that place. I went in there intentionally after being away from it for 5 days. Oh my gosh, my energy hit all-time highs. I couldn't believe it. And then I compared it to how I was living there. And when I was living there, I got tired of it. I got bored of it. And all this fun, energetic stuff became shit and became boring. And then I realized my health's going down, everything's higher. This life is shit. Why the fuck am I here? And then when I came back here, in solitude, living like what feels like a normal, real life, um, you know, like just a more normal way of living. I traveled over there and I compared the contrast. I'm sitting here saying, dude, my energy just hit all time fucking highs, and then I carry that back to where I just was, and now I feel like I'm on in a place where people aren't on. I feel like overpowered as fuck. From like going from my raw energy to then my raw energy fused with like city energy, and then leaving the city and coming back with city energy and my raw energy, returning back to my raw energy. Oh my gosh, it's like a magical fucking potion. But if you're always living in city energy, that's when people start to like lose a sense of self, or like not feel spiritual, or just not just not carry themselves as well, or just live a different version. Like there's just two different I've lived versions. It's almost like Fight Club, where you have like the narrator guy who's always in his head, and then you have the other guy who's completely out of his fucking head, taking action and shit like that. It's like there's two versions to me. Um and I've learning how to like live and operate both. But some people obviously, if environments have a massive impact on them, you know, they're more likely to be tapped into one version rather than just to carry and access all the versions, right? But some people get to a point where it's like the environment has no effect on them and they just are what they are. But I'm absolutely certain, environments like scents, smells, and energies, they do have a big effect on me, especially when it comes to living there. Like, dude, if a city has a ton of energy, I'm gonna feel that 24/7. And to be on and feeling like that 24/7, for me, it's not the move, because my energy and my intensity is so fucking high already. If anything, it's just gonna drain all my energy, and then I'm gonna be living off of borrowed energy, which isn't special energy. Borrowed energy is borrowed for a reason. It's just to go there to get a taste of it, to get a little boost, and then to leave it intentionally. Otherwise, you just get buried in that shit, and you just become that energy, which is nothing fucking great. Like, anything that can be borrowed, not really anything special. Something built up from the ground up, a raw frequency in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like, different vibes, different fucking frequencies, man. Like, there's just different dangerous versions of oneself. Um, but yeah, man, I just wanted to share with you guys some things about life, man, because it's just so interesting, man. I'm just very excited to go from here, because like all this traveling, that's what I loved about Miami. It was the motion and the activation and the fun. The problem, too much 24/7, it's just not me. At some point I might do another chapter over there, though, for sure. I already did a 6 month chapter over there. um and you know one of the biggest uptrends was using that and coming back here rather than being there all the time. But I did, it was very disappointing, because like I was growing a lot as a person living over there, but then I realized I couldn't even live over there with all the problems I started having. So I kind of got pushed out of it, which is alignment. That's what I say. Like, anything that's removed from my life, anything that loses access to me, I don't take that as a loss, you know? I don't take it as a loss. I take it as this was removed for me to continue on my mission, to be in alignment to the next thing that I have to do. I was over there and I probably stayed over there a little too long, and it really awakened me to some shit. Um, you know? And as soon as I came back to my original spot, my mind was on cloud nine, and just so like clear, and just so fucking I actually enjoyed living here again. Um, so I realized if I overthink too much, that's when environments become shit. And if I don't have in control of my environments, that's when environments come shit. That's why hotels are shit. That's why high rises are shit. There's no control in high rises. Too many smells, too much cleaning, random hallways, random elevators, too much randomness, too much fuckery, too much random people, too much energy, like just too much intensity for no reason, too much stress for no reason. Oh, I'm trapped in the sky. Let me take my elevator to my car. Oh, let me drive my car 10 floors down. Like it's just for what? Like fuck, like honestly, like fuck, fuck that. Like living in the sky is a very miserable life. You know, I've done it multiple times, and I realized as I get older, the worse it gets. When I was young, just so out of my fucking head, not on the level that I'm on right now. Oh my gosh, everything was just so easy. Oh, I can go here, I can live here, I can be a degenerate 24/7. Dude, I can't even be a degenerate if I wanted to. That's another thing about my life. If I wanted to be, like, I'm realizing like there's certain things that I actually can't be if I wanted to be. I mean, technically I could be, but it would have to be in a very controlled, intentional way, you know, which is fucking insane. Like, if I want to go off and be a degenerate and just live a fun, reckless life and not think about anything, I literally couldn't do that because now I have to literally watch where I go and watch how I live. Like, I can't just travel as freely as I wanted to, because I'm having a lot of problems with traveling and staying in certain places, too long, you know, if I don't have any control in the environment. That's why, like, I would literally have to sign places and just break the leases if they can do month to month. You know, if I find a good spot, I'll just take it and break the lease. I'm completely fine with that. Um, most good spots get taken quickly if they're month to month doesn't exist. That's just fucking America for you. It's not like another country where you just walk in and get signed a lease fucking instantly, month to month. That's just cheap as fuck. But anyways, man, I've learned a lot recently, and I got pushed out for a good reason. It was a good thing that it happened for now. And I've leveled up a fuck ton. And now it's fucking insane. Like, look, you guys know the deal. There's a reason why, look, man, someone literally just joined back the group. There's a reason why these things are happening. Literally, someone just joined back the group. Um, they left the group and they joined back because they made so much money from all the game plans that I've been posting. And the reason why I said everything's so fucking good right now is because I'm living in solitude. I'm isolated. You know, I don't know a lot of people here. All I really have is like family nearby and like one, two fucking friends that I don't see a lot. So like the reason why is, you know, is a blank slate. There's nothing to do here. Um and there's other places where there's things to do, but I can't do a lot of the things, you know? So that's another thing. It's like it's fucking crazy, dude. It just blows my mind of like how like I can't stay in a five-star hotel penthouse, but like a shittier hotel, I might be able to do it. But just nowadays, I wouldn't do it because the vibration is too low. The frequency is too low. Maybe it smells better, but the frequency of the vibration is too low, so I can't even do that. It's like I can't even stay in penthouses, but I can live in like a normal apartment or I can live in a normal house and be completely fine. So that's just an interesting thing. And just like I can go to a five-star restaurant, I can't eat at a lot of restaurants anymore. I can't do it. Like, you know, I'm becoming I'm in a chapter right now. And what I like about this chapter is it's in alignment with the market. Trump's in office. It's the best time to trade. So at least I'm going to make a fuck ton of money off this, chapter. My life's not going to be as exciting, but I'll tell you guys one thing where life hits different because I'm telling you, I've lived in the action. It gets dried out. It gets so meaningless. It's not fun to live in action 24/7. It's not fun. I'm telling you, what I've found to be to hit the hardest is to like live a more like live a build a life, build the best life you guys can build for yourselves away from everything. Whether that's very away from everything, for some of you that could be hours away from everything, or it could be a sweet spot, maybe 1 hour, maybe 30 minutes away from all the action and stuff like that. But just like build the best life you can build away from everything and away from everyone, but still have access to things nearby. And typically, I would say 30 minutes is a sweet spot where you're like close to action and you could just potentially go into it 30 minutes. But you'll start to realize typically of like the action that's 30 minutes away either gets old or isn't as worth it as much if you live there. So the cheat code is to like, this is the ultimate cheat code if you want ease of access. But I would say it's not the biggest of deals to have that access just 30 minutes away from everything. Because look, this is what I found to be the most cheat code thing. Live the this is the shit I'm on right now, right? You see people like they live in mansions away from everything, or some people live in ranches, like these YouTubers, they build crazy lives away from everything, away from everyone, right? In the middle of fucking nowhere, right? Or maybe like 30 minutes or an hour close to something. But guys, I'm telling you, when it comes to where you live, let's say you like a city, but you live away from the city, but you're an hour away from it. Typically, it just doesn't hit as hard, or it's just not as fun, or you just don't go there as much because you're already living there, and it's just not the same when you live there. That's the problem, right? So I would say it's not too important to live 30 minutes to an hour away from the action. It's not too important. You can live much further away. What's really, and it's not the most coolest thing either. I don't think it's the shit. This is the shit. Like the truth, it's nice to have, but it's not like oh, I need it's nice to have. I will say that. But this is like the shit I'm on right now. Build the absolute best life you can build away from everything. Whether you're living in a place that you like, but so let's say you're living in Miami. You're 30 minutes away from everything. So maybe you're living in a quieter place in the suburbs nobody knows about, or that's 30 minutes away from everything, meaning 30 minutes away from action, like, Coconut Grove, Brickell, South Beach, 30 minutes away from all that. The cool thing about Miami is everything's close. Everything's like 15, 20 minutes away. That's what I loved about it. And like they have everything there, right? That's what I loved about it. It was all the access to every different thing, but it also feels like a simulation, not as real as a life, more like a movie, alive. Some people like it and all the energy, but to live in it 24/7 is a different story. But look, this is the shit I'm on. This is like the chapter I'm currently experiencing. Create the best life you can create. For some people, that's getting a mansion, getting some whips. For some people, that's buying a fucking ranch with some horses, right? You guys see what Jake Paul's doing, all that cool shit, right? Just build the life that you want to live, that you want to create. And for some people, it's not having all that stuff and it's not owning all that stuff. It's not. Some people don't want all that financial responsibility. Some people don't want all of that money tied into all those things, right? But what I'm saying is, one of the best ways that I've found recently is to create the best life for yourself that you want to create, that you want to live, that especially that you need to have, right? And then a bonus, and be away from everything, and then a bonus that I don't think is even needed. Have everything come to you, and build the best life you could build for yourself that you want to live, want to create, right? Away from everything and everyone, right? Now this is a bonus. I don't think this is needed. I think it's nice to have, but if anything, it just pulls you away from your life, and it's really not that needed. And I do like to believe that since you already live there, it doesn't hit as hard, and you're just less likely to even go there. And if you frequently go there, it's going to either get old, or it's just going to waste your time from the life you're already building, right? So I would say this is a bonus. It's not needed at all, and I don't think it's very advantageous. I've seen, look at Mr. Beast. He always stayed in his hometown. Literally the most successful YouTuber to exist, Mr. Beast. He always stayed in his hometown. He never went like anywhere like different like that. I actually noticed, a lot of successful people, they've always stayed in their hometown. So look, this is the cheat code. Create a life, create the best life you can for yourself, either away from everything or 30 minutes to an hour away from everything, right? If you want better results with the life you're creating, typically it tends to be the one where nothing's close to you and you're just away from every fucking thing. But look, this is the cheat code. So one of the cheat codes is to be away from everything, not even live near everything. I would say that's a major cheat code to actually building and creating the life you want, where you don't have access to just intentionally going somewhere and fucking off for a 30-minute drive, and then just doing things, and then it gets old, or you don't even like it anymore, or you're just tired of it, right? I would say if you're looking for results, or like, look, just create the best life away from everything. If you want to have access 30 minutes to an hour away, have some access. But dude, the real access is this: not having access to anything that can take you away from creating the life that you're creating, and then having access to traveling. That is the fucking cheat code. Because if you live away from everything, you know, nothing becomes old anymore. If you like a place and you live there, it starts to become old. You start to not like it. A lot of people don't even like where they live. This is why I have this idea of like if people lived in nature or if people lived away from everything, right? Like a house on the fucking hills or just away from everything, nature or secluded from all these houses, all this bullshit, all this noise, all this fucking detergent smell, all these weird fucking smells, all these fucking people and all this energy, right? The idea is it's like a blank slate. It never gets old, it never gets boring. You just keep creating the life you want to create for yourself, and then you intentionally go on missions. You travel here, you go on here. Say you want to go on a cruise, you go on a cruise, right? Say you want to do on a mission, you go on a private fucking jet, or you fly, and then you get to your other spot, or you stay in a hotel, or say you want to live a fucking van life, you live the fucking van life. Go like create an amazing life for yourself, and then intentionally go on missions. You can literally go on missions every single weekend, Friday to fucking Sunday. You can go on intentional missions, you know? You want to travel there, you travel there. You want to go to Miami, Cali, go to Cali, Barcelona, go to Barcelona, Spain, go to Spain, fucking you know, Sweden, go to Sweden, Tokyo, wherever the fuck you want to go. And you just keep on doing this, dude. I'm telling you, it's like bringing back downloads to your home base. Think about it. You have a home base, there's no distractions, it's just your energy, there's nowhere for you to go, and you just keep on creating your life. So, as you keep on creating your life, what that means is eventually you can live in a bigger house, you can drive nicer cars, you can have, animals, build a farm, build fucking nature, build fucking gardens. You can keep on expanding to a life. It now, the thing is, you know, the only thing with this is it does cost money to live that. So some people would say, well, oh, everything around them starts owning them. That's the only thing you have to watch for. But there are systems you can create where it doesn't own you as much. It's just something that comes with certain things. But like, just building and creating a stable life and then just going out and intentionally going on missions and traveling, that's the jailbreak. That's the cheat code. That's the glitch. Because if you live 30 minutes away from something, you'll just keep on going there likely, or you'll just go in there unintentionally. It gets old, it gets boring. But if you live away from everything and it's just you, life is going to hit so fucking hard when you travel away from it. And then you're like, oh my fucking gosh, this place is fucking crazy. This place is fucking awesome. This fucking club, these fucking lights, this fucking music, this place fucks. And then you come back to your normal life and you carry all that with you. So, like, think about it. Some people thrive best away from everything, quiet, right? And they bring that version of themselves to the fucking party, and dude, that shit hits amazing. And they stand out from they become fucking magnetic. They shift energy in the fucking rooms. And then they carry that shit back that they experience back to their home base away from everything. Dude, it's like a fusion. It's like a fucking potion. Like there's nothing like it, man. I literally had to drive home at 3 a.m. because I couldn't stay there. I had nowhere else to stay at the time. So I was like, the only place I had to stay was my home base. So I drove back, but I realized I would actually have a better experience going to the club first because I would have more energy and I could take that energy back with me to my hometown. And that's an unfair advantage, to going somewhere. Think about it. It's an unfair advantage. It's an unfair advantage to live in a place that creates like the most best, sharpest version of you, fucking clear-minded and focused, and then going to a place where it's like you're a processor. It's like you're getting a download. Wow, different environment, different experiences, learning here, learning there, and then bringing all that back, carrying it all back to your home base. It's like now you have two versions of you in one fucking place. You got this one version, like your stable self. This is what you do daily, your routines, stability, consistency, you know, no drastic changes in the things you do, no drastic changes in energy, no nonsense, no craziness, no distractions, right? High performative, clear input, focused self. Then you carry that version into a place that you travel to where you're going to learn a bunch of different shit and live a different life, right? And then you come back. Oh my gosh, dude, I'm telling you, it creates a fucking genius. The contrast of the two different lives create genius, right? One life is like borrowed, mission, intentional. The other life is your like full-time fucking mission. You combine the two, it's like you have this magical, mythical fucking potion that creates a fucking genius. And then also, like I said, I literally just done this, and I haven't done this in a very long time. You can have intentional seasons, intentional chapters, right? So you can have a chapter where you live where you live somewhere else for 3 to 6 months. And I just did that in Miami. I learned a lot. It pushed me out. Obviously, it wouldn't have pushed me out if I wasn't living in hotels, but I signed a condo. I broke the lease. I signed an apartment. It was a month to month. I left the first month. So it's like the high rise life, I was done with it. It was making everything worse for me. And at the time, I didn't have like a house or anything lined up, and I can honestly give a fuck with just like what I learned and experienced there. I could honestly give a fuck. And it's like, dude, it's not as easy to sign a house or to sign a place because you guys got to remember, like, I couldn't even stay in hotels. So I got pushed out of the place I wanted to live. And then I realized I lived there for 6 months. And then I looked at what happened to my life and I realized nothing great happened. I learned a lot of stuff, but everything was pointing to like temporary, temporary. You learn a lot temporarily, but it also, being here too long, did not do you well as well. So it just kind of felt like I was there too long and I lived the life that I needed to live. And now I'm back where I've always been, but I'm 100 times better. So, like, basically, the shit I'm on right now, I still like the idea of the seasons. You know, I'm still going to be looking into other places. And who knows, it might even be Miami again, except this time, if I do it, it's going to have to be a house. And then that complicates things because I have to find a house, but I'm not going to stay in hotels. So that's another problem to have. But at the end of the day, I don't need to have any of these problems if I don't live there. So that's another thing, right? So it's like, now it's like if I want to do a seasonal chapter somewhere else, I have to figure out where I'm going to live without staying in hotels. And that's like another mission impossible on its fucking self while I'm trying to run these businesses, become the best version of me. So basically, like, right now, the shit I'm on, I'm just going to keep on focusing and creating a better life for myself in the home base, which is going to excel my trading to new heights, which is good for me and good for you guys as well. Then at some point, um, I'm probably going to do a 3 to 6 month chapter somewhere. I already did Miami, so who knows? I'm going to do some more traveling. But like I said, just this whole traveling is becoming harder because I don't want to stay in hotels. And this whole idea of, like, at some point maybe I go on another mission, I live somewhere for 3 to 6 months. That's becoming harder because I don't want to stay in hotels. And I don't want to live in high rises, and most of the cool places are all high rises, and a lot of the apartments are shit too. The high rises are shit because they have that bullshit in the elevators and all that shit, or just like, I don't want to live in a high rise. And then a lot of the nice apartments are just low vibes. I don't like the vibe. It feels low vibrational. I don't like the vibe or like the lobbies, or that's another thing. Like with certain, like, another thing I forgot to mention is if I have to go in a lobby where I'm living, I'm probably not going to live there. Some apartments, that's how they are. Other apartments, there's no lobby. You just go straight into your apartment on the first fucking floor, a normal ass fucking apartment, right? Now, I could sign a house and then just break the lease, but it's like, dude, this shit is like, as you guys can see, this has created some problems and it's just pulling me away from everything I'm creating. Like, dude, I'm looking at other people. They just fucking, some people just always stayed in their hometown or they just always lived with their family. And that's a part of me as well is going, for what? Why do I need to live somewhere else? I could just live here. But like, I know I love to experience different things. So traveling has been an issue because I don't want to stay in hotels. Like, what the fuck am I gonna do? Sign a place and then break the lease in 3 fucking days just to travel? Fucking absurd. The crazy part is that could actually be the same price of staying in a 5-star hotel, like a suite, thousands of dollars a night. I could literally sign an apartment that I feel is livable or a house that I feel is livable for a couple days and then just break the lease. Like, dude, my life is fucking bizarre. Like, this shit is like, people will look at this shit and they'll be like, how the fuck is this real? How the fuck does someone operate and like live that fucking way? That's why the traveling shit really fucked up my way of living because I was seeing how bizarre my life was becoming. I'm sitting here saying, dude, I'm breaking leases. I'm looking for money. Like, so this shit is not easy. And I'm doing this shit like on my fucking own because I know people aren't like me. People are not like, dude, I'll tell someone to find me something or find me that won't, like, I have to go there. I have to experience it. Basically, traveling and living situations have not been easy for me recently. Um, Everything's pointing back to just live a normal life, travel intentionally, and then get the fuck out. Don't stay that long. If I have to stay in a hotel, find one that works. Dude, I've went to places I had to cancel. There was a day I canceled 4 hotels in a single day. 4 different hotels. I couldn't stay in any of them. And then the fifth one, I found one. So it's like, literally, if I do stay in a hotel, I would have to find the spot. Basically, there's like, think about it like this. There's like, in most places there's 100 hotels. Let's just go at 100. Two or three I could stay in. I have to figure out which two to three those are. So how do I figure that out? I can use AI, but at the end of the day, I still have to go there. I still have to pay for the hotel. I still have to see it. Some hotels don't even let you see the room unless you pay for it. And then I go there, I waste time, I see the hotel. If I don't like it, they refund me on spot, and then I go to the next spot. And then all this fucking traveling. So you can see how it's a nightmare for me in a way. And it's not as easy to just research things because at the end of the day, you have to experience it. And dude, I don't like the lobbies. That's another thing, man. I don't look, guys. Parking garage, lobbies, valets, dude, hotels, lobbies, valets, elevators, high rises, sit in the sky. I promise you guys, all this stuff is fucking trash. To live on the ground, like you guys don't understand, dude. This life I was living, I was having days I would cancel 4 hotels in a single day, you know? Um, Sometimes they didn't even get like a refund. It's either they either refund me on spot or they don't. Sometimes I would get it, sometimes they don't do it. And then like most of the time they wouldn't even let me see the room. I just had to book the shit. So I'm over here playing, like, do you see what I'm saying? I'm over here playing Russian roulette with my life, and I've realized that, you know, for other people, I'm not the one to fuck with, but like I can't fuck with myself either. It works both ways. If people fuck with me, they find out real quick they're fucking with the one who's not meant to be fucked with. They're doing themselves a severe disadvantage, and I don't have to do anything to these people. I don't have to do anything. All I have to do is move the fuck on with my life and stay the fuck away from these people. Um, you know, but like it works both ways. You know, I can't fuck with myself. That's the thing. Like, there's just certain things I can't do to myself. I can't put myself through that. I can't put myself through certain, like, I cannot fuck with myself. For the person that I become, basically I can't have a toxic relationship with myself, and I can't even have toxic relationships with other people. I used to be able to do it, but with like who I've become, I can't do it. So when it comes to living situations, like, dude, can you imagine that? I have to cancel 4 hotels in a single day, and then I have to Uber to each fucking hotel, and like the Ubers at the time would have these weird fucking smells, and then I figured out Lyft, they have this thing where it doesn't fucking smell, but still it could smell, not in my fucking control, but I could cancel and take another ride. Time, money, drain, energy, all fucking. And I'm like, I'm serious. I'm reflecting. I'm like, all for what? I could have just visited these places instead of living there. And when I was living there, I looked at my trading, I looked at my content, I looked at my business, and I realized nothing's going up. I'm losing more time. I'm more distracted. I'm not making as much money. Does life feel more fun and energetic? Yeah, but that gets old. That shit gets old real fast. It's fun to kind of like build a life and then just go into everything like an intentional mission, rather than just living in the mission. I literally tried that life. I lived in the mission. I lived in the chaos for 6 months. I got pushed the fuck out of it. Obviously, if I had a house, I could have lived there, but I just kind of think that like I was kind of pushed out for a reason and just maybe it just wasn't, the move. But like I said, I can always just figure out how the fuck to get a house over somewhere yonder, and then if I don't like it, I could just break the fucking lease. But man, I'm just back here because dude, this shit is so easy, stress free. Like you guys don't understand. Like I am so fucking selective, and I see and notice every little fucking detail. So when it comes to a living situation, it's like one of the most bizarre things for me. It really is. Because I see and notice every fucking detail in the fucking book. So when I'm living somewhere, oh my gosh, dude, that's why like I think the best thing for me is like to live somewhere where there's not much to do or there's just not much to be around. Because if I'm seeing and thinking and feeling all this shit and I'm alive, I'm not fucking numb. I'm aware, I'm awake. If I'm seeing a trillion things all fucking day, I think that's gonna drive me fucking crazy, dude. If I'm living at 24 fucking 7, it's just gonna throw me off my game. And it's just like it's more of like simulation NPC type of life. Just drain my energy, drain my time, nothing special. But if I'm away from everyone, everything, building the best version of myself, clear minded for all frequency, oh my gosh, dude. And then I go into these places like an intentional fucking mission. Oh man, it's like I'm two versions of fucking, it's fucking insane. Um, but I've just come to the realization that like, man, it's just that's the thing. If I wanted to live in another state and like it's just not as easy because I have to find the exact area that I want to live in and then I have to find a house that smells normal and then like lease the house. And I'm sitting here saying like, dude, I have to find that and I can't even stay in like hotels. And I'm sitting here saying like this is like mission impossible. And then I say like for what? I could just live where I'm living right now. I've lived here. I've fucking I'm a genius here and it's hard to access this genius in other places currently. Like I'm just not as like it just doesn't seem like I'm as sharp in other certain places. Like things take time and shit. But like also, I already have friends and family close by, so that was another thing. I was like, what am I getting from like leaving all that behind, being away from that? What benefit do I get from that? But like I said, guys, I'm still very open to doing you know, finding another state, living there for 3 to 6 months. But I have realized if I do that, it's still going to be a nightmare to accomplish that, which sucks. You know, I have to find the location, I have to find the place, and like, how the fuck am I going to get all that done when I can't even stay in hotels? It's like mission fucking impossible, dude. What the fuck am I going to do? Get a fucking van and live in the van for like weeks or day? But like, guys, honestly, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare to research and find all these places to live, figure out where you want to live. Like, all this shit is a nightmare. Like moving and just finding the place, try like this shit is a nightmare when it comes to trying to actually live somewhere. When you're going in and out, oh, nothing's a nightmare, dude. If I travel somewhere, oh, I don't like the hotel, I'll go to another hotel. Oh, if I travel somewhere, oh, I don't like the restaurant, go to another restaurant. Oh, I don't have to go to a restaurant, I don't have to do this. I could just do that. I could be strategic with things, in and out. Things become problems when they just drag on too long, when shit is going on too long. It's just like, dude, the amount of fuckery I've been exposed to these past 6 months, too much energy, too much people, too much simulation, too much chemicals, too much randomness, too much chaos, too many hotels, too many fucking car rides, too much of bullshit. And then I came back here, dude. When I came back here, I was like, what the fuck happened? Like, guys, imagine going from like simulation, head pains, problems with like chemicals, problems with like moving around, just all these problems for nothing. And then just coming back to the freshest, clearest, soulful place. Dude, my mind was on cloud nine. I had the biggest fucking download. And then when I had that download, I went back to Miami over the weekend and I had the best fucking time at the club. But everywhere else that I went, I lost like almost interest in all of it for the most part. But I love Coconut Grove. Coconut Grove is the fucking spot. Man, the two places that I've had the best experiences with my mind were actually in Coconut Grove and in my hometown. Those were the two places so far in terms of where everywhere that I traveled so far. Coconut Grove and my hometown are the best places, but man, my hometown is a different fucking breed. But man, that Coconut Grove shit, I would say it's an amazing fucking level. You know, I still question on which is better, but the one thing I just don't like about that shit is like it just feels so overly like polished and like simulation type of feel. With where I'm at right now, it feels like more real life. Over there, it feels like just kind of like polished or like simulation or just like not real or like not soulful or like even like NPC like of like this gets older like or like looking at this shit of like dude who the fuck would live here like just some it doesn't feel like a real normal life, you know? It's just different seeing through the contrast of like everything of like how buildings look, of how people look, like you know, sometimes I live in a place I'm like, dude, these people don't even look real. This looks unreal. Everyone's like, it looks like a fucking Instagram status fucking model. Like, this doesn't even feel like a real normal fucking life. Like, what the fuck is this shit? You know, like, is this really how I want to live my life around a bunch of fucking people who look like supermodels? They look like the absolute best peak of themselves. But then again, people look like the absolute best peak of themselves, not looking like it that at all. Just being 100% natural, just looking like it's just different, man. It just doesn't feel fucking normal. But look, guys, life is fucking insane. Um, you know, I just wanted to share with you guys some updates. But look, the reason why I'm doing so amazing right now is because I went from the absolute worst, I would say, of like mental health conditions, which exposed me to like certain things. And I gained a lot from that. But there is some negatives in superpowers, like I was saying. But I think it's happening for the best. And then I came back here and I'm telling you guys, like, my mind and my trading is on next level shit. Like, it's fucking unbelievable, dude. I'm looking at the contrast of everything. I'm sitting here saying, dude, all I have to do is sit here in a fucking chair and do my shit. And then I'm looking at it over there. It's like I couldn't even fucking like just being around shit gets old. Um, being around a city gets old and it's just so fucking wasteful. Like the shit really fucking is. The most fun thing is to be away from all that shit, probably much far away from me, and then just go into this shit. Like, dude, literally, I lived a very I lived a fairly boring life this past week after living the most chaotic insanity fucking life that I've lived in a long period of time. And like on this boring shit, I feel like I'm on a very high level of like intelligence, but I'm not bored. Like I like being this way. Like I like having high frequency, high vibration, no distractions. Like basically the biggest unlock was my trading focus went so fucking high, so fucking like locked in. Like, dude, my mind, it feels like untouchable. I was just touched by all this fucking bullshit. Moving around too much, chemicals, chemically exposed around too many, and exposed to too much chemicals and too much energy, too much moving around, too much bullshit, right? Just too much lack of stability, and all for fucking bullshit. Everything was going up, but my life, expenses going up, energy going up. Like everything was just going up, but the return wasn't there. It was just lowering all of my shit. Basically, that exposed me to certain things, and I will say it took me to greater heights. But there's certain things that I can't do anymore, which is for the best because I honestly think, dude, anything that loses access to me is for the best. You know, I used to do those things, now I don't do it. Like it's just all for the best. Like certain things I used to do that I used to like, I just don't do it anymore. Move the fuck on, do something else. Like, but what this has done for my trading, dude, excelled. I genuinely believe like I'm on peak shit right now. You guys have seen the videos, you've seen my trading, you see that I'm buying my calls at the exact lows. And anyone in our group or anyone who watched the videos, if they saw the shit that I was on in Miami, everyone's well aware it's not on the shit that I've been on the past week. And I've only been here for a week, and I'm telling you, it looks like I'm only going to be getting better. All I need to do, my main problem here is it could just get like too boring sometimes. And if I think too much, that's where it gets dangerous. If I go into overthinking, it's like all I need to do is just stay on my mission and travel intentionally. But like I said, that's becoming more complicated to do, but I can still do it. Um, you know, California, I know problems, but I just didn't like it over there. Like, it just wasn't. It's fun once or twice a year for a short period of time, but I just don't. I could give a fuck about it. But man, Rodeo Drive. Oh my gosh, I fucking love Rodeo Drive. I was over there a lot, and the beach was very nice. But to live there, I do not want to live there. But guys, even for me to just stay at hotels for what I've been through, even if I find a nice place, it's like, dude, I just become a certain person where there's just certain things I don't want to fucking do. Like the shit I'm on, it's just all pointing back to just like being that guy, just like living in the hills away from everything and everyone, living on a fucking mountain or just like living, you know, away from everyone and everything, having a fuck ton of land, building fucking gardens and farms and like fun shit to do. It's just all pointing away from everything and everyone. And I have no complaints. I've seen what it's like out there many times. I have no complaints. If this is what's in alignment with my life, it's what's in alignment. But dude, I'm telling you guys, anyone who's experienced me in the past week versus me months ago, the contrast is fucking insane, dude. I'm literally buying calls with exact lows every single day. I'm putting the shit in the title. Everything's working out. So like I'm gonna try my best to make this shit last and just keep on growing off of it. But I would like to think that I've learned a lot and I'm just closer to being in alignment with the life I'm supposed to be living. And I've always lived this way. I just wanted to try something different. And I'm glad I did it because it learned me a lot, but I really think it revealed a lot about me. I think it exposed a lot of things to me. And now there's just certain things that I would never do or couldn't do. Um, which in a way, some people could look at it, there's some negatives, but with money, it really does solve a lot of problems. That's the best part about money. It solves a lot of problems, but it could make your life harder to live certain ways or certain things that you want to do. But I'm starting to realize certain things that I want to do are things that I shouldn't even be doing or things that I need to fucking do or they're just not in alignment with what the fuck I need to do. But like, guys, I'm just so fucking stoked um to just be this amazing at trading, dude. I compared the contrast, like you guys have no idea of like dude, I'm telling you, like as soon as I got here, like, can you imagine being like the absolute worst version of yourself? Like poor mental health, getting headaches, feeling like shit, wasting time, wasting money, feeling just so fucking horrible mentally and not trading the best. And then as soon as you come back to a familiar environment, away from everything, I feel like I'm instantly healed. I feel like I'm on cloud fucking nine. I feel like my mind is like crystal clear. Like, man, the only way I felt similar to this over there was towards that Coconut Grove. But it's just crazy because they don't have any apartments over there. And it's not easy for me to find a place. Because, dude, I got to search for a place and I got to search these areas. But I'm over here saying I can't even stay in these motherfucking hotels right now. This shit is blowing my fucking mind. It's like, man, if I really do want to leave where I'm at and find another place, it's not easy. Like, it's not easy. Like, what the fuck am I going to do? Sign a random lease online and not go into the place. So like shit's just becoming just more private and more intentional, man. Like if I want to go visit a house, like dude, now I have to like if I want to live somewhere else, I literally gotta research online, find a listing that I like, schedule the listing, hope it doesn't get taken in time, and then I gotta go see the listing. So I either gotta drive there or I gotta take a flight. And then I have to quickly get back because I don't want to stay in hotels. I'm sitting here saying, dude, like this is a fucked up life. Like this is fucking crazy. And plus I just experienced so much fucking chaos and bullshit that in a way helped me, but it also exposed some shit into me where it's like, dude, I I I I don't like no interest in hotels. I don't give a fuck about restaurants. Any cleaning shit, I'm out. Like, dude, if I go in a gas station and there's a motherfucker spraying a fucking cleaning bottle, I'm out of there. I will literally walk in. Like that's what I'm saying. Like one of the things that concerns me, a, a high rise is the worst place for me. A normal apartment or a house is the best place for me. But a house, it's like I need to be away from everything. Like, dude, literally, if I'm walking in a neighborhood and I smell detergent, oh my gosh, I'll be like, fuck this, I'm out of here. I can't walk here. Like that's what I'm saying. Everything is just pointing to like if I see everything, if I feel everything, if I have high sensitivity, if chemicals are bothering me, certain scents are bothering me, like everything's pointing to a house away from everyone. And I'm starting to see of like why people live in like the hills, like Hollywood Hills, or why people live in mountains and stuff like that. Cause man, like the amount of peace, or like even to live in like a forest or some shit, like it's just so fucking peaceful. And when life is this calm and this peaceful and like this cloud nine and this clear, it's like there's really nothing to blame, you know? Like there's nothing to blame. If I live in a blank slate away from everything, I have to face myself in the mirror every single day. And like I can't complain. Nothing's bothering me. I don't have anything affecting me. Like it's all on me. But like if I'm living in like a high rise and there's a lobby where cleaning scents are fucking with me, a million fucking people in and out, all this energy, parking garage, all this drain, valet, whatever the fuck, valet track, all this bullshit, or just like, these elevators, or just all these fucking smells, or whatever the fuck, then there's excuses. You see, that's what I don't like about cities. When you live in a city, all of a sudden there's excuses or there's reasons to blame. I don't like the smells of this place, or like I don't like all this energy, but these aren't even like excuses, or like these are actually problems for certain people. But whether it's a problem for someone or whether it's excuse or whatever the fuck, the point is there's something there. There's something there that's fucking with someone or distracting someone or taking something from something and one away. But I'd like to think if that's taken away from everyone and people are left in a normal house away from everyone and everything with a mirror, you know, they're left to build the absolute best life that they can build for themselves. And there's nothing there to distract them. There's nothing there to fuck with them. I do like to think for certain people, environments affect them a lot, especially for me. It affects me a lot. That's why I'm so concerned about where the fuck I'm living and how the fuck I'm moving. Um, it's more of a concern with the living thing, less about the moving. But now I move very intentionally because I'm well aware. It's like, dude, I can't even sit at a restaurant if a table smells a certain way. I will get the fuck up and leave. Like that's why I just don't eat out as much. And that's another thing with restaurants. I don't sit inside. That's another fucking thing. You see, I don't when it comes to an inside environment, dude, like I'm not there. Certain smells, certain cleaning things, certain scents, this is all like, dude, I'm not there. I'm in and out. Even like in stores, most stores I'm not going to. Everything coming to me, food coming to me, anything I order, it's online. I'm not going to it. It's not worth the ROI, and I don't like the shift of energy change. Um, I don't like all this cleaning shit going on. Like, dude, literally in restaurants, I can't remember the last time that I sat inside of a restaurant. It feels like a fucking lobby. Like I'm in a motherfucking lobby with all of this, like, it's just not good for me because they do all that cleaning shit inside with the floors and shit. That's why I sit outside if I go to a restaurant. What blows my mind is, oh my god, if you're sitting outside in a restaurant and they're spraying the fucking table with all this cleaning bullshit or all these wet wipes, I'm like, dude, I'm outside. Are you fucking kidding me? Why does this table need to be clean with that shit? Are you fucking retarded? Like, why don't you guys do that inside? Why don't you breathe that shit? Like, this shit is crazy. Like, it's just so bizarre. Cause like this little one restaurant, the inside was horrible. I sat outside completely fine, and then the other place, both were horrible. Like, oh my gosh, the other day I was eating a fucking dude. I was in Brickell eating a fucking burger, just trying to be a normal person in like the most least normal place in the fucking world. It's like a fucking GTA server. It was amazing to live that life, and I loved it. I was gonna fucking move there. I was thriving off that shit, but then it pushed me out. I couldn't do it. That's saying like it's never wise to force yourself into a life that's not for you. That's what I've learned to realize. Certain things were there for me temporarily, and I realized they were there temporarily for me to learn something, but I also got exposed to certain things, and now it's just not the best because I'm aware too. When the brain is aware of all the problems it's experienced, it's not the greatest of feelings to be aware of all that. So now it's like moving more intentionally too. It's just like when someone has a lot of bad experiences doing one certain thing, then, they start to look at, oh, well, everything could be like that, but it's not like that. It's just annoying, just being like, you gotta move just more intentionally, but it's just annoying on like how the brain could work at times when it has so much exposure to something, and then it starts to say, well, if I do that again in a different place, it's going to be similar, which it could be and it tends to be. But one of the things that it comes down to is just control. Restaurant, no control. You could pay for the bill beforehand. Living in a high rise, no control. Valet, or you have to go and get the car, elevators, no control. Like, I've become a person who I love intentional access, selectiveness, having control of my life when it comes to living. You see, that's the thing. When you're living somewhere, one of the most important things isn't control. But I would argue if you're traveling, control just isn't as important. You're already traveling. If something goes wrong, you just keep on traveling, you just keep on moving, and it's temporarily. But the shit that has freaked me the fuck out is living there. If I signed a place and I'm living there and shit is out of my control and I'm having bad negative experiences, dude, I am breaking the lease. I am out. And this is why, again, you guys can see of like, with the shit I'm fucking on, like, I'm very buying doesn't seem the most attractive thing to do, because if I buy a place, I might not want to live there anymore. I might go back to my safe place that I have here, that I already have. I already have a place here. Um, and the place it's become so fucking like, oh my gosh, it's like free to fucking live here. That's why it's like, dude, I can have this place for the rest of my life, and the ROI seems like It's always gonna be there. If I had no reason to live here, it almost makes sense to keep this place because I would make back the cost to live here just by spending a week here. That's why. That's why it just never, in a way, it kind of never makes sense for me to leave this place. Even if I decide to live somewhere else, I think if I came in here on an intentional mission rather than staying in a hotel, but I can't even stay in hotels with the area that I'm in right now. They're so fucking low vibration and fucking like bullshit and just like cheap as fuck. But like with this place that I'm living right now, oh my god, it's fucking amazing, dude. These fucking ceilings are like 14 fucking feet high. This shit is like I'm on the ground. It's like the best fucking feeling ever. But like basically, I actually think if I did live somewhere and liked it, it would make sense to fucking just blow all this money having this place because it's still like a safe home. But one would say, well, you could just have a safe home living somewhere else. But I would say, like, dude, I could literally come here for a week and just done. It's paid for. I could literally do it in a day. I've had trading days where the entire cost to me to live here for a year has been paid off in a single fucking day. Like, I literally had one of those days last week. My entire cost to live here was paid off in a single day trading. That's why, like, I question even like not having this place, even if I did live somewhere, because I'm thinking to myself, dude, I could just go on a mission to live here for a couple days or a week and just make back the cost to live here. And it's always treated me well. And I've grew a lot here. My family's close here too. So like, and that's another thing I question too. Do I want to live far away from my family? Some people they never leave their family home. Other people they live close to their family, but they leave their family home, right? Everyone's different. Um, this is why people got to experience life and figure themselves out. I used to be a person, oh, I didn't mind hotels, loved it, loved traveling. Now it's like, oh my gosh, I can't even sit in a restaurant inside. I don't like restaurants to begin with because I'm not in control of everything. These people come back and forth to me with the food and the check. Sometimes it takes time, sometimes they're done right away, even at the nicest places. Sometimes they fuck up. Like certain things are out of my control. I like having control. If I don't have control, my time is gone. My time is gone. My money, more money gone. And for what? I could have had food brought to me at my home, or I could have fucking made the food myself. For what? I'm driving here, wasting time, and then I'm sitting down here paying for more money, spending more money on food that I could have made or been brought to me, which is cheaper and doesn't take up my time if it's brought to me. Um, it really just comes down to experience. But I've just realized I don't need those a lot of those experience every single day. I really don't like. I don't need all this shit. Like, dude, this just blows my mind. Of just like how bizarre life is becoming. And the crazy thing is, I'm a trader, and when it comes to trading, dude, my life is just so bizarre because like I'm making my money with nothing to do, like with like you know what I mean? Like this is all numbers on a screen. So I'm over here like figuring out how to create my life and like a lot of my life has nothing to do with the way I make it with the screen. But one of the things that has to do, like, I need a quiet environment. I need to feel healthy. I can't have my fucking head pounding and fucking chemicals and like feeling low vibration and feeling fucking low and feeling like, my fucking, that's the thing. Like, I'm telling you guys, some people, chemicals, it affects their cognitive abilities. It's a real thing. Someone could be very smart, very sharp, but if they're in a certain environment, if they're in a certain location, if they're living a certain way, or if they're around certain chemicals, I'm telling you, it fucks with their head. It fucks with their brain. Like, dude, you couldn't believe it's like I was healed instantly. I looked at the contrast. Like, I'm never gonna forget that feeling of what it was like to live in like a simulation for 6 months. And then I'm at my absolute lowest mentally. I'm driving home, you know, and then as soon as I get home, I'm on cloud fucking nine. All my pain, all my suffering gone. And I'm sitting here left questioning why the fuck? Like basically I was wondering like why the fuck did I just put myself through all of that trying to be like the peakest highest version of myself in an environment that was just creating more stress, more pressure, more problems. Now obviously I would have had a different experience if I was in a house, but I wasn't. But I was in apartments. There was no smell. It was completely fine. It was a little annoying that it was a high rise, but I was not doing well. I was not doing the greatest, not doing the best in those places. Um, so it does seem like, being away from everything I known and lived wasn't 100% the best move. So basically, it seems like even if it doesn't make sense, I might have this place forever because I could just make so much money. I could pay off this entire place in a single fucking day. Like that's why. So like it just seems like I'm always going to have a place in my hometown and then at some point I might get another place um somewhere else, which is going to be a little hard and confusing to achieve. That's going to be a mission in itself because I'm not going to be staying in hotels and I'm very selective and meticulous with my environments, as you can imagine. Obviously, the easiest way to do it would be to just get a house, because house, not really any problems with smells, no lobbies, no elevators, no bullshit, right? But away from everything because I don't want to fucking walk around a place and smell some bullshit or fucking detergent. Oh my gosh, I can't stand that, dude. I cannot stand taking a walk and smelling like fucking detergent in a neighborhood or just some bullshit. Like, oh my gosh. And like people walking past me like with fucking cologne or perfume, like, dude, what the fuck are these people wearing? Like, why can't people just smell like themselves and be themselves? Why do they have to borrow energy? When it comes, that's my problem. There's nothing wrong with borrowing it temporarily, but living it. Like, why do people have to live in a place where they have all this energy and craziness and simulation 24/7? Why do people have to live every single day wearing cologne, wearing perfume, um, using body wash with all these chemicals and all these scents? Why do people have to smell like fucking roses and lavender and cucumbers? Why do people have to smell like fucking air fresheners? Why do people have to use Febreze in their fucking house? What is wrong with like a calm, neutral smell? What is wrong with cleaning your house with like water and vinegar? Like, you know, that's why I'm saying, like, dude, this economy we're living in is fucked up. All it's doing is taking people's money and just lowering people. It blows my mind. Dude, you want to see shit? Go into like a normal apartment lobby and just start like questioning, like, this place feels so low. Like, I'm telling you, if you guys got your vibration up and got your frequency up, you wouldn't be able to fucking sit in a place for a couple minutes, right? Obviously, you can carry and hold yourself in any situation, any room, any environment. Easier said than done, but it's like, dude, to even tolerate it, to even try to carry my best version in an environment, why the fuck would I want to be there or put myself there in a situation in the first place? I get it. Like, in terms of life, sometimes the mission is to be there, but in and out quick. All right, so be it. But dude, I'm trying to create my life the best way where I don't even have to do that. But it's just the living situation. Oh my gosh, that's where it gets fucking crazy. Like, I don't get how people do it. And I look back to my earlier days and I start to see like why I was a certain way, like why I wasn't as smart. But I was still always the guy. See, this is the thing that blows my mind. There's people in this world, and I used to be one of them. They're very, there's people in this world, they're very intelligent, but if you put them in a certain place, in a certain environment, they become a different person. And if someone's operating a business, if someone's trading a certain way, if someone's doing something consistently, and they're operating a certain way, you know, it starts to really show of like, dude, what the fuck happened to this person? Why did their skill set drop? Why do they look that way? Why do they talk that way? What the fuck happened to this person? That's what I'm saying, man. Living situations and environments are everything in this world. In this economy, especially America, it's a fucked up place. Like, seriously, like, if you start to study, why is all this going on? And one of the reasons is it's money. Uh, What is a pointless business we can create to take money from people to make more money? You know, air fresheners, colognes, perfumes, chemical scents. Like, believe it or not, guys, there's actually people out there. This lowers their vibe. This lowers their cognitive function. If they were around this shit 24/7, they're gonna go fucking crazy. They're not going to be able to operate. They're not going to be able to perform normally. These people are going to be questioning themselves. They're going to be like, dude, why the fuck am I around this? Why the fuck am I dealing with this? I know I do better in calm environments with no fucking smells, smelling neutral. Like, dude, even like the way I live, um, like my body wash, it smells like nothing. It's not scented. Deodorant, it's unscented. You know, like I've realized I don't want to smell like anything because I don't like the scent. Like, what is the point? That's another thing. Like, why do people want to smell like something? You know, why do I want to be aware of a scent that's on me? That's just gonna take my focus away from what the fuck I'm trying to do with my life. Why do I want to live my life where suddenly I get like a whiff of something? Suddenly I'm like taking action and I'm focused, and then boom, something hits me. Like the energy shifts. Like, dude, this is what I'm saying. Like, some people are highly sensitive. Some people literally feel every fucking thing. And like, I started to realize, even if this doesn't like throw me off health wise, why? Why do I want to feel that? Why do I want to have my energy shift that way? Why do I want to be focused on a trade and then all of a sudden I smell some random smell or I hear some random fucking noise? For what? Why? Like, what do I get from that? What do I get from breaking my flow? If I'm locked in and something pulls me out, why would I want a random noise? Why would I want a random notification? Why would I want a random whiff of a smell? Why would I want to become conscious of something that I don't need to become conscious of? Why would I want to become conscious of wearing a cologne or wearing a deodorant or wearing body wash that smells a certain way? And then I feel that and I smell that. Why would I want to carry that in my head? Why would I want that to occupy my fucking mind? Like, dude, I'm telling you guys, there's levels to this shit. And oh my gosh, the shit that I just got fucking exposed to, man, I'm on some, for the first time in my life, I'm on some like live house away from everyone type of shit. And I've always been the type of person who likes to move around, go places, live crazier. Dude, I'm on some new shit right now. I don't know if this is gonna last forever. I don't know if I'm gonna live this way forever. Likely not gonna live this way forever. But I do think I'm always gonna have this place. It's like a safe fucking place, dude. Cause like the way I look at it is, if something ever happens to me and I need a safe place and I need to just get away from everything, I genuinely think it's the best place to have. You know, I think every rich person should have a safe place. They should have a place. Okay, like put it this way. Imagine it like this. I think every rich person should have a place. If you guys watch Breaking Bad, right? And you remember when he was living in like that small place in like the snow in the mountains, and it was just that place, and there was just one guy helping him out and he couldn't go anywhere. If you guys remember that, I genuinely believe every rich person should own or have access, whether that's through a lease or owning, whatever the fuck. Obviously, in a situation with what I'm talking about, it makes more sense to own long term if it's not too priced high. Because if it's priced too price high, then you have to be comfortable with either having a system or spending that much money on a place priced that fucking high, um right, which is not everyone has that system, or not everyone wants to have that system or live that life. Like some people don't want to buy a multi-million dollar house because even if they paid off all it off in cash, you know that 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 nut of fucking property taxes and everything else to maintain the house takes away from their monthly freedom budget, or just adds more stress, more pressure, whatever the fuck. But like I said, there are systems in this world where you can create in your life where it just pays for itself, but some people don't even want that system because still it could carry uncertainty or stress, right? Some people don't want that. Some people just want to have a $500,000 house paid off and only spend $1,000 a month in property taxes, HOA, and stuff like that, right? Not everyone wants to drop thousands and thousands and thousands or tens of thousands, even if their house is paid off in cash. Not everyone wants to live that life. But again, different systems, different levels, different things. Everyone's different, right? For what they create and what they have, right? But even if you create a system, doesn't mean it's guaranteed to work all the time. So that's why some people, so look, put it this way. Just imagine this, right? I would say every rich person should consider a place, whether it's a lease or bought out. If it's bought out, they want it things simpler or whatever the fuck, then like a $500,000 place paid off in cash. They spend like 1,000 whatever dollars on a year, property taxes, shit like that, right? um just away from everything. And I would say the one thing that I found in this world, it's a good thing that I found it with the shit that I just gone through because this is exactly what I need right now. And the fact that I'm here, I don't have to worry about anything else. Dude, I could just be right here. And I get it. Some people don't just want to be right there. They want to live their lives shit like that. But dude, I could just intentionally go into those places. But again, this definitely isn't the end of that. I'm still gonna, research places to live and do intentional 3 to 6 month missions, and then who knows, maybe live somewhere else. But dude, I've just come to the realization with just like I've lived here for a very long period of time. This is the absolute best me when it comes to trading as of now. But I need a clear mind here. That's one of the reasons why I had to get out of here. My mind wasn't clear. I was thinking too much. Too much shit happened, and then too much shit went away. I need to get away and live my life for a little bit. I've been here too long. But I got a taste, and it also exposed me to certain things, and there's certain things that I can't even fucking do now, and it actually pointed me to a life where I need to live away from everything and go into places intentionally. So I found my answers by going on these missions, going on missions and living around and moving. You start to find answers, and you start to realize what's for you and what's for not, and what's in alignment at this period of time. And obviously, things can change. I'm a very changeable person too. Um, and that's just what comes with fucking seeing and feeling and fucking everything into high sensitivities and just fucking intelligence, dude. Intelligence is a motherfucker. Especially when you're in a situation where you make your money in the market and you start to realize, like, oh, fuck, I got to create a life outside of the market. I got to create a life outside of my work. And my work is not fucking real. It's kind of bizarre. My work isn't fucking real. This is all numbers on a screen. And then I have to create a life for myself with the money that I made from not anything fucking real. The stock market isn't real, yet I make my money from it, but my life is a real life and I have to create my life from it. And I already enjoy the stock market and love it, and it takes up the vast majority of my time, and there's nothing more of a higher ROI. So it's like, dude, you could start to see of like, like it's my life in a way could be pretty simple, but I can also make it very complex. And the reason why I can make it very complex is, dude, because of money and intelligence. That's the thing, man. Like being smart and having money, you know, like fuck, it's not as easy as people think it is. Because like I think I could just being the type of person who, like, I feel like I could do anything. And when I have money and intelligence, oh my gosh, like life can become very hard. And that's what I was doing when I was traveling and living other places. I started like to realize like my life was becoming harder and harder, and I was trying to operate at a higher level, but I realized this was all for nothing. For what? I wasn't gaining anything from it. Like, dude, if I'm operating at a higher level, if I'm moving somewhere, it needs to be for a reason where I'm gaining, not where I'm going down or just like living life and having fun. I could just intentionally do that. Well, look, guys, um, I hope you guys learned something from this. I hope this has awakened you in some sort of way. Um, because life is just very interesting, dude. Like think about that. Imagine being in a situation. This is like literally my life right now. So I just lived the craziest life, spent a fuck ton of money, lived it up in Miami for 6 months, right? So imagine going from that to then being the guy in Breaking Bad where like you're living in that smaller place in the mountains and it's snowing and you don't go outside much, there's not much to do. Imagine the contrast of that. Dude, my mind is on like a cloud nine, clearest mind ever, but it's like now I'm sitting here and like, oh fuck, I'm in dangerous mode. Nothing's around, no distractions. Like people literally become what they're around. If you're close to the city, you go out in the city. You start to get that energy, have fun, fuck off. Don't work as well. Um, you know, if you live away from everything, you're disciplined. There's nothing else to do. So you either do nothing or you rot or you overthink or you become miserable or you do things. It's just hard to do certain things when your mind's not clear. That's why I had to get out of here. I was here too long. I was overthinking too much. Too many things lost access to me. Too many things got removed after the craziest move in my life. And I realized I needed to go do something. And what I did was travel. And it was fucking amazing. But now that I'm back here, it's like, oh fuck. My mind is clearer than ever. I'm sharper than ever. I'm more intelligent. And now I'm a different person who's become more. And I'm thinking to myself, dude, what the fuck am I gonna do next? That's the thing about money. You know, money in a way creates more problems because if you don't have a lot of money, you can just like live a simple, normal life. But if you're intelligent, if you have a lot of money, you start to realize, like, dude, fuck, I have abundance, I have money, and um, you know, I have abundance, I have money, and I have intelligence. I need to go build the whole fucking world. You know, it's a dangerous place where like someone feels like they can do anything. They're capable of doing anything, right? And they have the money to do it. Um, you know, but that also comes with a lot of problems and a lot of mistakes of figuring out how they're going to accomplish it. And then some people accomplish things and they realize it's not for them. Some people have goals and they get the goals and they realize it's not for them. But like, dude, it's not a simple life. I'm telling you guys, like, being a person where you feel like you can do anything and you have the time to do anything and you have the money to do it, it's not it's not an easy simple life. It gets very complex, especially because I'm a certain type of person where I can't be around certain things, I can't be around certain people, I can't live a certain way. Like, I've had that realization, like, I actually can't live any life I want to live. There's certain lives where I actually can't live. I can't live in hotels. I can't, like, there's certain things I can't do. I can't be at certain places. Um, Temporarily, I could be there in and out. Is it going to be fun? No, it's going to suck, but I can deal with it. But I don't even want to because I don't have to. But I can't live certain lives. So, like, man, I'm just in a really interesting point in my life where I feel like I have the time and I have the money now. I feel like I have to create the whole world for myself and build the whole world for myself, which is not easy because my success comes from this chart. And this chart isn't people. This isn't real. This is not real life. So it's like my success is coming from a tool that isn't creating a real life. It's just giving me money. But in order to be successful at this tool, that's one of the ways how I live my life. I've realized the best way when it comes to me trading is in a quiet room, secluded, away from everything and everyone. Nothing distracting me, nothing pulling my attention away, right? I mean, you guys can obviously see why I wouldn't want to live with other people or have a bunch of fucking pets or just anything that's going to take up my time because if I'm trading, I need to be locked into trading, not bullshit around me, right? That's why, like, I mean, in a way, like, some people would be like, oh, two-story place, live upstairs, have all the bullshit downstairs, or like, you know, don't trade where you live from and go get an office or whatever the fuck. There's ways around things, but like, dude, when it comes to trading, I need to be around nothing. That's the best version of me. That's the most dangerous version of me. But it's just interesting, man, because like life is kind of bizarre. The way I make my money is like, this isn't like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't create a life for me. But technically it does, because to be successful at trading, you know, you kind of need to be in a quiet room secluded. It's not best to be around chaos or moving around when you're trading. It's really not. If you travel and trade, you're going to see you're probably not going to do as well. You'll still be successful, but you're not going to do as well. And you really have to, like, instead of just being yourself, it's more of carrying yourself, you know? It's one thing to live. This is why living is so important. It's one thing to live in a place where you're just instantly yourself, but it's another thing to live in a place. This is where cities are they're disadvantageous. They give you energy, they give you certain things, which could create an easier life, but it takes you away from your real life, or it takes you away from yourself, which means you're living in a place where you have to hold yourself, you have to carry yourself, you have to constantly hold yourself versus being in a place where, dude, I don't have to be me in the room. I could just be me. This is what I'm talking about. It's like, for example, like, let's say I go to a restaurant and there's chemicals everywhere and it's driving me crazy. I'm not going to be able to be myself. I'm going to be the lowest version of myself, right? Which means I either sit there and take it and bend to them or I get the fuck up and leave, right? But even going into a restaurant in the first place, it's kind of like you're already bending to them because you're not in control of what's going on. They bring your food, they bring the bill, etc., right? Whatever the fuck. But obviously, like, you guys get what I'm saying. Like, so think about it. Like, what does this skill create for us? So we need a safe, quiet environment for sure. We can't be around distractions, like, think about it. Like, when you're in school and you're taking a test, the room is quiet. Now, I would say being around other people might not be good for some people. Even when I was in school, I remember this. Wow, this is fucking, dude, I'm on another fucking level. The one thing, man, I have like the sharpest fucking memory, and that's one of the things that disappointed me when I was living in the city. my memory wasn't sharp, and that really pissed me the fuck off. But see, that's what I'm saying. Oh, this is one of the things that I was mentioning earlier that I think I kind of drifted off towards. Um, I do think, certain environments bring out certain things in people and it takes them away from certain things, right? This is the point I was making. So if I'm around chemicals, I'm not my sharpest self. And if I'm not my sharpest smell, and if I'm not my sharpest self, I'm gonna look like a fucking dumbass. And I don't want to look and feel like a dumbass because I know I'm an intelligent person, right? This is what I'm talking about. There's people, the problem is it's where they're living and it's where they're spending their time at and where they're going to and where they're working from. These are very smart people, but they're around certain things that are not making them smart. And then this comes down to the other thing where, like, having the skill of being in an environment where you can still hold and carry yourself. But the problem is, dude, it's like some things just throw people off. So, like, for example, right? I can go to a restaurant and if they're spraying bullshit chemicals, I could try my best to hold the highest version of myself. But dude, it's like I'm fighting myself. And it's like there is no highest version to hold. It's like that motherfucker slipped out the fucking door. Like, dude, like I get like, look, I get what people say when they're like, I could just be myself wherever I go. I can go anywhere and I can be myself. Nothing's going to affect me. Nothing's going to touch me, la di da di da. But there are things when it comes to health where people genuinely do have like health things that like fuck them up, that like lower their cognitive abilities and stuff like that. But also, that's another skill that, whether you have that skill or not, but another skill to genuinely have is can you be the same person you are right now if you travel somewhere, if you go somewhere, if you live in another place, dude. I see this happen. I've seen people do this is crazy. This one person that I follow, they got super famous in their hometown and they blew up. And then they moved to Miami and their views went down 80%. And I look at their content and I see like they're not as like soulful in the shit they post and like they're not as like they're just more it seems like they're just not as smart. Like, dude, I'm telling you, like this shit is real. You can even go back to like you can look at the videos that I posted these past 6 months. That was me in Miami, and then you can go back to my older content, or you can go back to my past week's content. And you could see I would say the most elevated version would be the past week's content. Um one of the most because I had the contrast of being there so long and then coming back here fresh and clear minded. And that's another thing. I've had a lot of problems living here at times, which is why I need to get the fuck away from here. Right now it's all sunshine and great because I just experienced hell for 6 months, but who knows? Maybe in a couple months it's just not going to be as good. That's why, like, the thing about words is they only last so long, you know? They really do. Someone could say something and then a month later everything changes. That's the thing about words. They could be meaningful in the moment, but as time goes on, people change, things change, and words change. And that's just life. That's the thing about talking. It's another thing with words and understanding meanings and stuff like that and what to say, what not to say. But like, bro, this shit is fucking insane, guys. I'm just so hyped and ecstatic, man. Cause like I haven't told really anyone um the shit that I'm talking about right now. Um and I'm starting another new chapter and I realized I'm in like the best, most powerful place for me to be. And dude, Spy's gonna fucking rock it like fucking crazy, dude. This shit's going to fucking 746 this week, it looks like. Fuck. Looking forward to that. Fucking 743.50, 7 fucking 46. Man, this call's gonna fucking print. But anyways, guys, like this is intense, man. Life is intense. Life is amazing. Um, but yeah, it's just interesting, man, because I think there's a lot of brilliant people, but I think people have gifts. I think everyone has something, and I think people have a lot of brilliance, but I think their problem is I think it's the places that they go to, what they do with their time. But I think a big problem is where they work and where they live and the environments that they're surrounded by. I think that's a big issue because I just look back and I specifically remember like I just know with myself, you know, there's just certain things health wise where I can't carry the best version of myself. Certain things will affect me health wise, whether it's scents or chemicals or whatever the fuck. And I can't live there. I can't stay there. Temporarily I could try, but it's not gonna fucking help me. It's just gonna lower me, right? And I think about this, and there's people every single day who are brilliant, and they're not even aware of this, and it's having an effect on them, and they think it's normal, but it's not their normal baseline. I actually figured out, dude, I unplugged myself. Like I figured out my normal baseline, and then I started seeing how I was around other environments, other energies, and I figured out this isn't normal for me. This is affecting me a certain way, right? That's the things about having awakenings and spirituality and seeing more things, feeling more things, and having sensitivities. They really expose you to what the fuck is going on and shit. Um, and I think there's a lot of people in this world who are living asleep, who their working conditions and their living conditions, the way they live and where they work, I think it's really, you know, pulling them away from their highest selves, the environments that they spend their time in. I think people become adjusted to living a certain way where that's just them. And they think that's them and they think it's the normal version of them. But if they met the highest version of themselves, they would start to realize, dude, they would never go back to that place again. They would never live there again. They would never live in that environment again. They would never work there again. I think if people became the highest versions of themselves, I genuinely believe if they woke the fuck up and they got to a normal, healthier baseline, they would eat the right things, live in the right places, and work in the right places, and they would try their absolute best to control what can be controlled in terms of things that pull their health down, because I think a lot of people are asleep, a lot of people are buried, a lot of people need to wake the fuck up. And I think a lot of people are operating at a very low version of themselves in a very low frequency, by being around certain environments, by living the way that they're living, and by working in the places that they're working in. Like, dude, for me, if I worked in a place that smelled like Febreze, that smelled like chemicals, you guys would look at me like I'm fucking retarded. Like, you would look at me like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? What the fuck happened to this guy? Why is he like that? Like, what the fuck is wrong with this dude? Like, what the fuck is going on with him? And then if I instantly left the situation and went to a normal place, I would come back pretty quickly straight to normal. And then you look at that version and you'd be like, whoa, this guy's sharp. This guy's intelligent. And I think certain things, doesn't have to be sense, but I think this is going on with a lot of people, but in different variables. Like I said, for me, one of the things was chemicals, dude. That shit fucked my fucking dude. When I got back to my hometown, I felt like I was breathing in oxygen for the first time. And I questioned of even going back there, of even living. I started questioning like every fucking thing. Like, dude, the contrast was so fucking insane. Like, I didn't realize how good I had it in terms of like a normal, healthy fucking like oxygen fucking life. I was living in bullshit chaos for too long. It became normal, and once I got pulled out of it, and I had to get pulled out of it for health reasons, um, I woke the fuck up. And now I'm like extremely like careful and selective on where the fuck I'm going and what the fuck I'm doing, because I realized, like, dude, the same way I realized of how, like, you know, people find out I'm not the one to play with. If they try to play with me, try to fuck around with me, I can't do that to myself. I can't play around myself. I can't be toxic with myself. Like, I can't fuck with myself. I could do something temporarily in and out quick, right? But like, I can't live a certain way. But I realized, like, even in school, I remember like this actually, man, this is crazy, dude. I'm on like some high level shit here. Like, I specifically remember in school, um, when I had to take a test, and this is crazy. I remember it happened in trading first. I was trading in class and I wasn't doing well trading. I felt off. So I told my teacher, I was like, yo, I need to get the fuck out of here. I'm having trouble like concentrating. I'm having trouble like working. So I just went to the library, and there was like this little section in the library where it was like a desk, and it had the little things that block off the desk, and I was isolated away from everyone else. And I had one of my that was so put it this way. I'm not even going to say that was the best trading day I had in school. What I'm going to say is more important, and this is foundational. That was one of the only times that I actually remember trading in school, when I told the teachers, like, I can't focus and shit on like my work and shit. So like I need to go to the library, and then instead of doing my fucking schoolwork, because I realized it wasn't for me, there was like no ROI in this shit. And I also realized these fucking people would just pass me anyways. Like, dude, I'm in a Florida fucking school. Dude, in Florida, they literally were just passing fucking students. I was literally like in rooms and classes, they would just pass people. And I had other people doing my homework too. But anyways, you know, I realized that I was actually better secluded, isolated from everyone else in the class, trading in pure silence away from everyone and everything because I had nothing else to focus on but trading. So, like, this isn't, people say to be disciplined, but I would say the argument is be environmental. If you're environmental, you don't have to be disciplined. You know, think about it. Like, if my job is to sit here and trade, someone could be like, you should be disciplined. You should be trading. But then another person could be like, dude, just live in an environment where it's just trading, right? So you can literally just have an empty room with nothing else in it but a laptop, and that's it. You don't even have to bring your fucking phone in the room, and that's it. Like, dude, I would argue one of the ways to become disciplined is to become environmental, you know? If all there is to do is to do what I'm supposed to do, I'm left with the weight of doing nothing, right? And sitting with that, and then potentially being miserable, being depressed because I know I'm capable of doing it, or um just fucking doing it. If there's nothing around me to do or fuck with or talk to or fucking bother with or whatever, if there's nothing around me to do, it's like, dude, like think about it. Like if I love trading, if I'm intelligent and there's a screen in front of my face and there's nothing else there, don't you think that's the most disciplined way to be disciplined instead of forcing myself to be disciplined? Like, this is what I was literally doing. I was living in a chaotic city, views, all this chaos, views, activation, energy. Like, I didn't need all this shit. I realized I don't need this energy. I don't need this activation. It's fun, it's great, but I don't need this shit. Like, dude, I realized, like, this is what's blowing my mind. What's like, this is where money is a motherfucker, you know? So, like, what I enjoy doing and what I'm good at doesn't require me to spend any money. It just requires me to risk money, right? But I'm looking at the success. I look back at the success that I've gotten into my life, and it actually points back to not spending money, low expenses, being in a secluded room. And that's what trading is. So it's kind of ironic of how like the way I'm making my money, obviously I'm risking it, but like there's no fucking expenses, right? So then part of the skill set is creating expenses so the IRS doesn't take half of it, creating business expenses, right? But it's just like life is so bizarre. It really is. Like the way I make my money doesn't require me to like, you know, have much. All I need is a room and a screen. Like, dude, this shit, like, so the requirement's basically nothing, you know? Like, this is fucking bizarre. It really is. So it makes you question of like, what the fuck life am I gonna create, or what the fuck am I gonna do with this? For my skill set, I'm best living a very like efficient, frictionless, cheap lifestyle. Just living away from everyone with a screen, you know? Obviously, I can amplify things and, you know, move in a fucking mountain, have nature, or whatever the fuck. People get farms, whatever the fuck, right? But like to operate and to do my skill, I don't need shit. I literally, all I need is a little room. That's it. Like, I just need a room away from people. That's it. And give me a quiet room. It's like, dude, this literally points back. Like, I'm literally operating best like in situations that just feel like so secluded and isolated from everything and everyone and no distractions. Like, dude, man, shit is crazy, dude. This shit is really mind blowing. And then it really starts to like question like what the fuck am I going to create with this? Like the contrast of that, like to make this money, I don't need anything. Just a little quiet place. So, what life am I going to create with that? What businesses am I going to build? But then it also comes to the question for what? I don't have to do any of this. You know, it's just so bizarre to think about. Like, this shit really has me questioning everything. Like, becoming the most focused, disciplined version as a trader, like, it really has me questioning, like, every fucking thing. Um, But yeah, I'm just gonna keep on creating systems and businesses and going from there. But man, it's a little unfortunate. The biggest speed bump that I've hit in my life is the traveling. That really pissed me the fuck off. I'm just like so I don't want to stay in hotels, dude. Even if it's a nice place, like it doesn't smell like, oh man, I'm just so fucking done. So I love to travel, but man, traveling seems hard. It's like, dude, it's literally pointing fucking van life or sign short-term lease, temporarily go in and out, couple months a year, like, or just stay in a hotel for 2 nights and find a place that doesn't fucking smell. They're out there, but even them, I just don't like hotels, dude. It's fucking disgusting. But 1 or 2 nights, so be it. But it's like, part of it is just like I could just chill here. I could just work and chill here. I don't have to, but I love going to other places to get the download. It's a download thing. It's the contrast of like being there. So like basically with where I'm living right now, I consider this to be like that one of the higher levels, a very high level of intelligence. And then when I bring this version of me somewhere else, oh my gosh, like people look at me like a fucking like who the fuck is this guy? What the fuck is this guy on? Like what the fuck is this shit? Like who the fuck is this guy? Like some people figure it out, some people can't figure it out, but dude, I'm like a fucking divine mirror walking around with fucking like soul. Like if people look into my eyes, they start feeling and seeing some shit instantly, man. I've had oh my gosh, like so many experiences with girls and just looking into their fucking eyes. It's fucking insane. Like um it's so different. It's just so much fun to go somewhere else for 2 to 3 days because the contrast, it's like a download. Like living a normal discipline routine, being successful, and then just intentionally going somewhere else, learning, seeing all these different things for a couple days, and then coming back, the contrast of that. It's like it feels like I never left myself. It's like I was just always myself and I brought back a download that I experienced and I leveled up even more. But man, this last download I got for 6 months was one hell of a fucking trip. So I'm definitely gonna be doing. It looks like yeah, I'm gonna be looking for more places to temporarily live, and I'm gonna be looking to travel over weekends for 2 days. I gotta be smart with the hotels, but man, the two things that have hit, the three things that are that for me, it's dude, leasing a place for a couple months, traveling to a place on weekends for 2 days, sometimes leaving same days, and building the best life that I can build that I want to build and create for myself as a home base, like that safe home base, but extending it, right? So instead of just like a smaller place, instead of just like the Breaking Bad situation where he's just in a small like place, in the mountains, obviously, probably something like more. Who knows? Who fucking knows, man? Just more life. Who the fuck knows, you know? Um, but with what the fuck I just experienced, upgrading my lifestyle crazy, like that's the least of my concern right now. It's like, dude, I'm on some like you guys have no idea. Like I'm telling you, dude, to be a different person for 6 months and then come back to like your highest clarity of self. Oh my god, dude, it's like this is fucking insane. Like I'm just really a lot more sharper in how I live because this is a lot. Like this is a lot for a fucking person. Like the contrast and the downloads, like I'm definitely paying like for being in a situation too long. I'm definitely paying like some type of shit for that. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. Like this shit is not all sun. Like if I'm in a situation in a place too long, there's definitely like it feels like there's just some like debt fucking paid to that shit. Like like dude, I literally feel like in the past couple months I've died multiple times. Ever since I got back here, I feel like normal. It's nice, like to feel sharp and clear-minded and like normal and like high frequency, raw frequency, nothing fucking with my energy or just no bullshit. Like it's nice to breathe in oxygen. Like, dude, this shit is crazy. Because, like I said, I was living this life and I wasn't even aware of how bad it was. So, like, that's why I say, like, people think they're doing fine, but they're not. And then when they get pulled out of something, they realize, oh shit, it wasn't all good. Like, how long did I even tolerate that for? How long was I not aware of that? That's what I'm saying. Like, guys, this is literally life. People are living a life that's not good for them or just not for them. Some people are just doing it for money because that's their job or just their situation they got themselves in that they're tied to, whether that's relationship or whether they got stuck on a lease or whatever the fuck, right? The point is, people are living lives that are not good for them. And what happens is they live it too long. And when you live it too long, people get exposed to certain things, and then they start to like, that's just like, that's literally like, sometimes it doesn't go away. Some people do develop things health wise and things like that, but they get exposed to certain things and it reveals things about themselves too. And that's what can happen with being in an environment for a very long time that has an effect on someone mentally, psychologically, health wise, right? And what happens is they get exposed to something, and there could be some positives to it, or it could be all negatives. For me, it was positives and negatives, but it was definitely a lot of negatives too. Because, dude, when I got back here, my mind is on cloud nine, sharp, crystal clear, no thinking. Over there, oh fuck, dude, I stayed here for a week. I went back over there. I looked at that shit like, dude, this is a fucking joke. Like, I look back at that shit like, oh my. But even when I was living there, I was like, this is a joke. I was like, dude, this feels like a fucking sitcom. This feels like a fucking clown show. This doesn't feel like a normal real life. I don't know how people live in those places all day, like Rodeo Drive all day with that flash Instagram. Like, oh man, living in, that's another thing. What is it? Sensory lights 24/7. All of this, like I realized, like Miami, it's just more of a nightlife spot, and I've always been a nightlife person. That's why I fell in love with that place, because the ease of access to just get and do whatever you want and everything's there for you is nice. But it also feels, in a way, sometimes like it feels like a creator world. It just feels like, oh, I'm just a creator, you're creating my life. Nothing really special in a sense. It just feels like creator world. It doesn't feel as real at times. And I always kind of like more of a real life. Like, I feel like I like more of like a real, like raw energy life. Like in Breaking Bad, you didn't see them going to like lavish places or like places like that. Those motherfuckers were dialed in, locked in, working. They were living like real motherfucking lives, right? And then you question, like, why the fuck were they living like that and doing all that for all this money just to live normal lives? And it just becomes like they just genuinely love what they did. It was their skill set. That's why the guy literally said he did it, because he was so good at it and he felt good about it. And that's how I feel with trading. But the bizarre thing is, literally, trading is all about making money. Obviously, with my business, I'm trying to turn it into more than just making money. But literally, with the skill set, it all becomes making money. But the interesting part is, what the fuck are we going to do with all the money? That's the interesting part. It's like, the same thing with, like, people who sell, like in Breaking Bad, selling fucking meth. Like, they're making all this money selling meth. What the fuck do they do with all the money? They get a better place to make the fucking meth. They make better meth. Like, that's what I'm saying. You don't see those motherfuckers living like these lavish, crazy lifestyles. So it makes you wonder, like, if people have, some people have all this money, they live these crazy lives. Other people have all this money, they don't. And it makes you wonder, why does this person live that way? And like, I realize I'm a very special type of person. So like, I don't compare myself to other people. If anything, I just get ideas from other people and experiment on my own. But like, life is like a box of chocolates, and you don't know what this shit is gonna give you. And like, dude, with the money I'm making and like the shit I'm experiencing, I'm realizing like this is getting interesting. Like, I realize, like, social media is not real. I can't just like try to live. See, like, so like, I'm not the type of person. If I see someone do something on social media and they're successful, I'm not the guy to replicate that and try to be successful, but it's not myself. If it's not me, if it's not in alignment within my life, I can't do it. I can't make the content. I can't be that guy. I can't do it for marketing, because it's not me. Even if it's for business purposes, even if it's for marketing, if something's not me, if it's not in alignment, right? That's why I'm saying this is why my life could be like so bizarre to some people, or like to some things. But if they watch shows like literally Breaking Bad, the dude's just living a normal life, but it's like a real life. It's a real life. It's like a real fucking life he's living, but it's not some like crazy lavish life. It's like this guy is fucking in the peak of his career that he made out for himself, and then he's just like leveling up in his career, and it's just his whole life is kind of like his career in a way, right? And like, literally, with me trading, I'm leveling up by being away from everything fun. It's leveling me up in my trading, right? So it's just interesting, man. That's the funny thing about money, is people think you have to like live a lavish life or do things. And I'm over here sitting here saying, dude, in my experience, living in nicer places and penthouses, I'm having a miserable life. Like, you know, but obviously houses and shit like that. But I'm also saying like I don't need the biggest house or all this like luxury. Like I just don't need, you know, so it's just one of the things I'm noticing is it's just like a skill set kind of thing. But like I'm figuring out other ways on like what to do with the money I make from my skill set. Obviously, keep putting it back into trading, but like what else? What is going to be the next move? What's the next thing? Um, you know, obviously I have things going on privately that I'm not speaking about that I will never likely speaking about with what I do with my money otherwise, but like just thinking about the life that I'm going to create for myself because I've already tried to create different lives for myself and I realized I could never live that life, you know? So it's a good thing that I didn't just go off and buy a house because then that would have been a big fucking L and I would have been either stuck in a house or selling it for less likely. Look at all the people who go off and buy $1 million mansions and then they sell it for less than what they paid for. They have trouble selling it. It's like, dude, I'm not putting myself in a situation where like I'm tied down to shit, you know? People think it's so precious to own a house. It's like they're tied to the fucking government. They don't own fucking shit. There's nothing advantageous of like it's just not the most it's not as great as people think it is. You know, it could be great to own like a $500,000 house because it's not that, you know, it doesn't cost that much to maintain if it's paid off. But once you get into the millions and millions and millions, then it could start to make less sense unless that's how you genuinely want to live for a long period of your life and you also see it as an investment. You know, in a way, buying a house in Miami seems like a genius move because that place is on the come up and it's going to become a great travel hub where everyone's just going to go there and fuck off and have fun and fuck ton, everyone's gonna fucking live there too. It's just gonna keep on getting more populated, and billions are going into it. Miami seems like a genius fucking investment to buy a house. Which is definitely on my radar. Is a house in Miami for sure. It seems like a move, but it's just certain things about Miami I'm just not as attracted to. I think I really just like the nightlife. I think that's just what it is. And when it comes to nightlife, that's just more of something where you intentionally go into and not live to. So if I don't need to live there, it doesn't make sense for me to really have a house there unless it's just more of an investment. But yeah, man, life is just so interesting. It really is, you know, because I'm not that guy. So, like, you know, if I see someone flexing on social media or something, if I'm not that guy, I can't be that guy, even if I wanted to, because that's just not who I am. That's why. So, like, you know, life is just interesting. You see, I see through it all. You know, the internet, the illusions in it, the games people, the marketing games people play, the false businesses that are created in the world that are literally designed to just take people's money. Like, dude, why do I need a smart lock on my door? Why do I need valet trash? Why do I need valet parking? Why do I need fucking amenity fees? You know, this is all designed to just take more money from me, you know, the guy who is literally, you know, living here, right? That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of businesses do not have our best interest, and a lot of businesses are actually designed to take our money. But the difference with our business is it's designed to make other people money. And if it doesn't make other people money, they should even get the fuck out of the business because that's the point of this business is to make people money. That's the main point of it is to make traders money and to level them up. So I'm signing off. If you guys want to join our group, it's the first link down below within the description.